It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know what went wrong. I just
just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Oh. need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 Moving forward in the future. Now that we're together. Now that we're together. Moving forward in the future. Now that we're together. Now that we're together. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. This like you, and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's, my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never
me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fight, defeat, all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wife. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a clout on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show. The way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can't repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I am in pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on a centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny, you're looking so tasty.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
拿下下一个第一，
There's the gold fire.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go by.
激起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。任凭浪起。
Alright, and welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 Season number 1. We are going to be your shoutcasters. My name is Giyang, and with me is Autolus. And now we are on day number 29 of our regular season.
That fast? Really? Day 29? Tomorrow will be day number 30. Well, guess what? There's still a lot of Wild Rift action in store for everyone with such a banger series after series after series that we have today, Giyang. Is this the day that we will be seeing FENNEL getting their first win? And again, we're talking about an APAC conference representative here. We are the APAC casters. So, yeah, no secrets there. We want our APAC brothers to win.
I mean, we are going to be supporting our teams. Of course, we have it in our first match as well. FENNEL going up against OMG, followed up by our match or highlight match of the week, Keep Us Gaming going up against JDG. And last but not least, we have Esports, another APAC team going up against Nova Esports, which is starting to be more stable right now. A lot of challenges for our APAC teams.
KBG versus JDG is really the highlight match of the week? Is that so? Oh, it falls on a Thursday. Okay, so that's interesting. But yeah, it definitely warrants all the hype because again, KBG being the number 1 team, JDG also very solid, only suffering 2 defeats. And you know, we look into the standings and you would see that the top 6 teams, the left-hand sides, both includes KBG and JDG. But truth be told, KBG is still really ahead of the pack right now because if you are to look at their plus minus, it's already at 16, which means that when they win 2-0s. When they lose, it will most likely go distance.
They're just so good. They're on a different dimension. Andran pulled off a pentacle just recently with Azeri, and they're just playing with everyone right now. J-Team trailing not really far behind. Trace Esports as well has been coming out after getting a couple of wins just recently against Woohoo Gaming. On our APAC side, we have seen a couple of teams, you know, changing from the top 3 and the top 6 in Esports right now, just trying to secure the top 4 right now to qualify for the playoffs. They will have their match later on against Nova Esports. And NGX, after the win yesterday against NAS Esports, is now sitting at the 3rd place.
True. Now the top 4 has been solidified by KT Rollstar Y, BRU, NGX, and NAS. We are still far from the finish line, that is for sure, because there will be a total of 19 matches for every single team that we are looking at right now. So if there's like for example for NAOS, if the record is 2-5, that just means that there will still be 12 matches to be played by the NAOS Esports squad. So anything can still happen. All of those teams that you look at the bottom of the standings can eventually can make things work and can flip it towards their favor.
Oh yeah, they have a lot of matches in our upcoming weeks. I believe it's going to be at least 2 to 3 matches per week for FENNEL. Right now, they are going to be facing up against OMG. And it's going to be very important because, well, in terms of their standings, right? FENNEL is just trying to climb up the ladder right now, sitting at 7th spot. No wins just yet. Everything is 0-2 and coming off a loss against Trace Esports just last Saturday. So it can be a bit challenging for them to face off OMG, but they recently have been getting really good early game performances.
Scaling is the name of the game for Manila FENNEL. And again, you just, you know, to wrap things up with FENNEL adversity, it's kind of a combination of an experienced set of guys plus a rookie mid laner. We look into OMG, and of course the last time that we last saw them, I thought was the moment in where Team Flash would win. It was they went against Team Flash, and Team Flash was winning the early game so hard, but because of their ability to play their team fights, Whitecat was still able to get into the backline, assassinate the priority targets, and that is OMG for you. So you cannot really count them out. We look into the stats, and this will definitely be skewed in the favor of OMG because then again, if you look at the blue side, red side, win/G or win per game, FENNEL haven't won anything yet. No map, no score, 0, and that's sad.
And I'm trying to be optimistic here on the side of FENNEL due to the fact that they have been really struggling in the past, or at least in the majority of this tournament. But they do have more First Herald and more First Tower here compared to OMG. So that shows that they are they're trying to make something work in the early game, getting a couple of picks, trying to gank into the battle lane, trying to translate it into a couple of gold. It's just that they do struggle, just like the other APAC teams. They do struggle when it comes to the 5 versus 5 team fight, especially in the mid to late game. And I think one of the primary factors right now towards this game is going to be our junglers. Trevor has to be really careful this time around, because we have seen him hesitate for a little bit in some of their matches. In terms of synergy, they didn't really have that kind of, similar to Trace Esports, the Weiba and Tak synergy, and Trevor often just plays it slow.
Yeah, he was brought into this team as the experience, as the guy that is so stable in the jungle, right? He's not going to out-mechanics you, but his League of Legends IQ is definitely up there. So now we're looking at the head-to-head matchup of Trevor and Inyan. Inyan has tendencies to really carry the games with unorthodox champions, because if you guys missed it, Inyan did draft the Ramas and was stellar with that pick alone. So this is going to be our head-to-head, mainly because it is their role to help their laners get a decent amount of lead and translate it into a victory for their squads.
Yeah, especially that oftentimes we do see a gank happening, or at least a fight being orchestrated onto the top side, or maybe into the mid lane, like 3 to 4 minutes in, just before the objectives actually spawn up. And Inyan is going to be looking for a lot of those fights, especially with how is just able to enable his team, especially Whitecat, because Whitecat, one of the stronger Baron laners that we have seen starting in this tournament, but recently has been struggling a bit as well.
Yep, we're going into the introduction, and I believe this is Alora, right? That we have as our host for today. So let's listen in to her thoughts.
FENNEL 对阵 OMG， 目前为止 FENNEL 的表现欠佳，急需一场胜利来稳固信心。而面对 APAC 赛区还未尝一败的 OMG， 今天又会如何表现？让我们到比赛中一探究竟。接下来，让我们欢迎 Manila FENNEL 以及 Oh My God。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Alora. Today is the second match day of Week 7, with the first match being played by FENNEL versus OMG. So far, FENNEL is underperforming and desperately needs a win to boost their confidence. And whether OMG, which has not lost a single game against the APAC, can continue its victory, let's find out in the game. And now it's time to welcome Manila FENNEL and Oh My God.
Give the day a nice start, fight a nice battle, and take a nice victory.
That's a nice quote.
Dash Danny 2023. That's all business for OMG. Short but sweet message between the two combatants. But it will all boil down to the Wild Rift game. We all know that. And again, we look into the starting 5 of FENNEL here. It doesn't include Chazz yet, because Chazz was a late addition. So he was added to the lineup a couple of weeks before the beginning, or before the start of WRLA. So and I think that has also something to do with their record right now, because again, you field in a new player, everything is so brand new, and you still have what we call the learning curves that you have to attend to.
Yeah, it is one of the obstacles that FENNEL is actually experiencing right now. And we have seen Chazz really trying to adapt into what is working right now into the Baron lane. We have seen him being very aggressive as well, even with his pick with a Garen and Renekton into the Baron lane. Even though they lost, it was actually getting a couple of picks. And Danny is actually... Ooh,
接下来让我们有请中路选手 in the mid lane.
Yeah, you were saying Danny?
Yeah, Danny actually has been improving a lot as well into the Dragon lane, has been trying out the virus, and is getting a better performance right now, because, well, I have been concerned with his luck pick. He is really good with it, but I think there are other champions that he can fully utilize in the Dragon lane even more.
Yeah, Lux has been one of the staple picks for Danny, right? But if we go back to the history of this player was known to be a very good Corki player, a very good S player, and a very good Kaisa player. So I bet he cannot wait to have that 4.2 madness join us, because that guy was really known to be one of the best marksmen that we have here in the Philippines.
And if it's going to be wanting to pick up the Lux again,
in the jungle,
4.1C, the barrier or the shield has
接下来有
been
请中路选手
buffed
in the
up a
main
little
lane
bit just on the
Aker。
cooldown. So in terms of preference, maybe he will like that.
下面有请射手 in the dueling Danny。
See.
最后有请辅助选手
What do you guys
on
think?
the support
Let us
Origin。
know in the comment section. I know that on Twitch we only have emotes, but on
两地
YouTube
战队
we
现已
have
集结完毕，让我们
we
今天
have
进入
words
召
that we
唤师
can
峡
read.
谷。
So all
All
you
the
have to
players
do
are
is to
getting
search
ready.
over
Let's
Wildlife
start into the
Esports.
world.
We'll be more than happy to interact with you on the chat alone. What do you guys think? What will be the final scoreline between these two teams? Will it be a 2-0 in favor of OMG? Will it be finally a win for FENNEL? Now we go into the solo match and we'll be featuring Chazz and SMK.
Yes, the fight for side, which has been very, very interesting. But right now, we do have a new set of champions coming our way. Lucian still is in the meta. We have seen as well Camille, Shinzao, Lee Sin, Gragas, and a Wukong yesterday. So no more full ADCs. We're back on the standard meta here in the fight for side. We have Chazz and SMK battling for us as well.
Don't be surprised if the Wukong can't win a 1v1. We all know of that most infamous patch in where the Wukong was just gifted multiple buffs all around. And I have seen, solo laners really win lanes with this Wukong champion. So it is my dark horse in all these champions. But of course, the Riven will always be there. Chazz is hovering the Irelia. And as I remember, this is one of the champions that really made Chazz so famous in Southeast Asia because he's so good at it. But looks like it's a flip over. It was the other way around. So Chazz will be playing Yone, and SMK would be the one playing Irelia.
Looks like they like flashy champions. I believe this is going to be first or second Yone in our fight for side as well. And Chazz wants to get his hands on the elder brother of Yasuo in here. But Irelia is an interesting champion to have here in this fight for side as well, due to the fact that it is a close space in the Aram map, and Irelia does have a significant amount of wave control, especially that he has a lot of sustain as well when it gets the S1 onto the minions and can just try to get a combo in onto Yone.
Again, it's almost similar to the Yasuo. The more minions your opponent has, the more outplay potential for the Irelia, right? So, oftentimes, in this 1v1, you kind of want to maximize your minions' advantage. You want to be the one pushing. You want to have, those extra damage coming from the caster minions to hit your opponents. But against the Irelia, you really have to be careful because Irelia would have that reset functionality and would get the passive stacks up. And once it's up, plus the Conqueror, it is expected that the Irelia would have the upper hand. However, SMK did elect to go for the Kraken Slayer instead of going for Conqueror.
Full burst, while Chazz wants to have a more consistent attack speed or increasing attack speed here against SMK, going for the auto attack. Exhaust as well. No ignite for both sides, so it's mostly going to be with regards to the timing of the exhaust to negate some of the bursts coming their way. Immortal Steel is a big tool here for Chazz, but he has to be very careful with the auto attack and how mobile this Irelia can be.
It's a good poking tool for sure, and that split-second knock-up that you can maximize as well as the Yone. I believe this is more of a skills matchup, right? I kind of want to reserve my opinion as to how this 1v1 is going to go. But ideally, if you are Chazz, you just want to make sure that the flawless duet or the stun won't connect, because that's where the damage of Irelia really spikes. If it connects, it basically gives her free reset on her S1.
And that's why a lot of solo laners really love this champion. It's so aggressive, it's so dominating into the lane. If you're not going to be making a mistake, then you're just going to be fine. Most probably going to be getting a kill as well. That's going to be used as well here by Chazz just to negate that engage. And that's already a summoner baited out by SMK.
Okay.
Oh,
good interaction and good movements from Chazz as well as SMK. But one thing to note was that Chazz already invested his exhaust. So SMK definitely has the upper hand there and would try to manipulate the wave, get that small advantage because the wave is pushing towards his side or towards his tower, which means that he can negate some XP and gold from Chazz.
Both, I think, will be trying to complete trying to buy the Blade of the Ruin King here. Because a lot of damage and can have a big boost in movement speed as well if you want to really secure that kill. But it might be more beneficial here to SMK just due to the fact that he has more procs on his auto attacks later on, especially when he does get his ulti up. Chazz has to be very careful.
Oh, well, let's do it. One. Almost connecting towards Chazz and again, if you are Chazz, that's the primary skill that you have to be wary of. Of course, at level 5, SMK would have access to the ultimate, which is going to mix things up for Chazz. It really depends as to how Chazz will be playing around and dodging all the skill shots coming from SMK, because that's primarily the reason why Aurelia would get the advantage. Chazz with a soul unbound, cheeky play. Okay, I have a question though. Say your soul gets left behind and you are like one mobile screen away. Do you get the XP from where the Yone is or from where the soul is?
I actually haven't used Yone ever. Even on the PC version. I find this champion too OP.
Really?
And
okay.
that's why I can't really answer. But I do speculate that it might be on the real
body. Right, okay.
Real body, yeah. Then it's gonna be bursted
That was
out.
a clean one.
Wow.
He
no
disappeared.
mistakes at all. Everything hit.
Yeah, and plus the passive of the Kraken Slayer giving that unexpected burst, plus of course the passive of the Blade of the Ruin King. Just one double tap of that S1, and now Chazz is on the back foot in this 1v1.
Yeah, SMK can even now buy a Steel Cast probably, or Divine Thunder. Oh, this is so much better, if ever. There's so many procs on the damage here onto Chazz, and Chazz has to be very, very careful onto the engage here of SMK.
Jorim's Fist as well as one Ruby Crystal, which means that SMK does have a sizable HP advantage right now here, Giyang, and it is definitely going to be so scary here, Chazz. Like if you try to enter the area or the territory of SMK, you would just do this, like threaten by going and making sure that the passive stacks will be there. SMK flashing in. Okay.
Wow. Good dodge here by Chazz. Had it connected, it might have been a kill by SMK. And Chazz doesn't want that. Able to at least dodge it. And now he is going to be pulling the wave towards his tower, one of which is a strategy that can be used to at least be more safe under the tower. And a while ago, SMK managed to get a really good burst onto him, so he has to be extra careful. And the only downside to this compared to the Yasuo is that you don't have that wind wall to block the Vanguard's Edge and the Duet as well, so difficult.
Indeed. It's just easier to hit your skill shots though. As the Yone, right? Like Fate Sealed does not need an activator. So that's one way to look at it. And plus the Soul Unbound thingamajig is one of the reasons why Yone is a popular pick for like the entirety of his stay in Wildbreath.
The independent Yasuo, and you can just close the distance of like 2 mobile phone screens away with just 2 abilities. That is why I find this champion so OP, especially on the hands of a talented player like Anran, right?
You look at how Chazz played it, and you would think, why is Chazz playing so aggressive? But if you look at the resource of SMK, he did not have any mana left. And I think that's one of the reasons why this Yone is kind of a respectable pick against the Irelia. Of course, it was a blind pick, and they did not know that Irelia is going to be picked by SMK, or he did not know that SMK would pick the Irelia. Still though, yeah, again, in the game of Wild Rift, there are what we call resources. Some of them uses mana, some of them uses rage, some of them uses energy. Meanwhile, Yone uses nothing.
I actually wanted to ask you a question, because there was a build on a Yone here in the WRLA in which the Yone picked up the Trinity Force. Hold that thought, because Chazz is just gonna get engaged here. Might be the 2-0 fate sealed onto the back line, and SMK will fall down. Wow, really good outplay. Chazz with a blade of the Ruin King making things work. And back to my question, Trinity Force on Yone, what are your thoughts?
That's okay. It's not the worst, right? We've seen a Yasuo build a Trinity Force before, so it kind of gives you the same idea. Just as long as there's an attack speed, some HP. If you can build Divine Thunder on a champion, then definitely Trinity Force is definitely going to be an option, right? Because that's the rationale. The Divine Thunder is kind of like the safer Trinity Force, or the Trinity Force that goes against the tank champion. So yeah, to me, I will allow it. I will respect it, given the proper circumstance. If they go for the Trinity Force, I'm okay with it.
Though Divine Thunder does make a lot more sense, right? Especially because of the sustain, the anti-tank as well. The only upside on the Trinity Force, I think, is the maximizing of the damage and the stats as well that is used by champions like Yasuo and Yone. The attack speed does do a lot of work.
You know what? If Chazz gets to win this is one of the rare instances in where we would see a player that really, started 0-1 still win. I know that it has been done before. I feel and Run9 was also responsible of getting that, comeback win in this 1v1. But Chazz is on the precipice of doing the unthinkable, right? There still is an advantage, like a 700 gold advantage by SMK against Chazz, and that's because of tower plays that SMK was able to get. But this is not as grim as we expected it to be. Chazz is still playing this matchup so well, and he's avoiding as much as possible.
Oh, might have jinked that a little bit. Chazz took a duet there from SMK, but he's banking on the chances of getting a crit. He has 20% crit chance right now, especially because of his passive. Will be trying to heal up a bit. Has to be very careful. The circle is closing in, and SMK will want that.
Yeah, the Ring of Fire. Who would win this? Sudden death. Ladies and gentlemen, Chazz does have the empowered Mortals or Steel Tempest. Oh, flawless duet connect.
Both summoners are available. Face seal gonna be used there, but nice dodge onto the damage here by SMK. Chazz wins. Trying to deal as much, and yeah, that's going to be a win. One more dodge coming in. SMK almost turned it around, but Chazz reverse sweep in terms of the kills. FENNEL will have side selection priority.
Gee, is that an indication of what to expect here in this 5v5? I'm all in on it, Guillaume, because
the manifestation.
That was an impressive win by Chazz. Again, just looking at how it happened, the first blood going over to SMK with the minions pushing over to the tower of Chazz. I think, at that point, it's safe to say that that's already 90% favored to SMK, but Chazz was able to turn things around by being patient, by, just by being disciplined and waiting for that perfect moment to turn things around.
And he just made that really good initiation perfectly. Landed the damage onto SMK, and even landed the fate sealed beautifully, cutting the wave as well and maximizing the damage output, putting SMK in harm's way, forcing him to use the stasis. And by that time, it's already GG. Chazz, you are a really, really good player. Hopefully, that momentum will be shifted into this 5 versus 5, the series. A best of 3 series against OMG. Let's see if FENNEL can now take this chance.
It's really surprising that he went for the stasis as well, right? Like, that's 1,000 gold that he could have just used for a Giant's Belt, maybe? Something else? Because stasis isn't really going to be a very good 1v1 item. Yeah, it can outplay, it can dodge something. But given the fact that there's a lot less to outplay, there's a lot less to dodge. I think SMK would want to take it back. Yeah, given the opportunity to play that one once again, I think he would go for a more safer item choice rather than going for the stasis.
Yeah, I actually thought he would be going for executional scouting plus a Brambles vest that we often see being picked up in the fight for side, especially when the champions are auto-attack based, but that hasn't been the case, and I think that will be a learning lesson for SMK coming towards this game.
Yeah.
And FENNEL will be picking red side as well. Interesting, because OMG has more wins on blue side. 5 out of 10 games they have won compared to red side, 2 out of 11. It looks like FENNEL wants to beat them at their best.
And I think even if OMG was the one winning, or if they won the side selection, they would still go for the red side because that's been their favorite side. Numbers show that they win a lot of games on the blue side, but whenever they win the fight for side, OMG really goes for the red side. And I think it's more of like a preference by the coaching staff as well as the players. But guys, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the drafting phase. OMG, the number 13 team or number 11. Number 11.
11, yes.
Okay. Number 11 team from China going against the number 17 from APAC in Manila FENNEL.
Let's see. Well, since FENNEL has picked up red side, they will need to ban out the Camille, the Aatrox, possibly the Senna as well here for OMG. There was a game that we have seen the Shen open by the blue side, and the red side team had to ban it as well due to the high pressure that this champion can actually provide. But OMG gonna be banning it as well. Maybe they want to target Acker here. Looks like Danny is gonna be the target here. He has some notable performance with his Varus, and looks like OMG wants none of it.
Senna is left open here. I wonder if FENNEL would just elect to ban away the Senna. They're banning away the Gragas. Interesting, because you can still play the Senna with the Nautilus. OMG does have the opportunity to go for the Senna, but rather goes for the Nautilus instead. Nautilus really brings out a lot of plays in the early game that is not possible with the other support champions. Nautilus is so easy to execute. Pre-level 5, I think he has the best kit out there. And when it comes to lockdown, locking down opponents, Nautilus is the go-to champion.
I actually love this ban on the Gragas because Monster at the start of the tournament was a monster on this Gragas, landing a really good explosive cast and just setting up team fight for OMG and FENNEL. Despite Monster having to struggle a little bit with his champion as well in the latter games that they had, FENNEL's still gonna be respecting it. Now getting the Senna as well, maybe the Galio is a good option here, because if they don't pick it up, OMG can just deny it in the second banning phase, in which has been some struggles in our yesterday's matches as well. FENNEL doesn't want to have that same experience.
They're waiting to use their counter pick in the Baron lane as well, right? Because if you're a FENNEL, you enter this game with the thinking that White Cat was the sole reason why they won 2-0 against Team Flash. And so the scouting will happen from that point. How do we control the monster in the Baron lane? And speaking of the devil, OMG just has locked in one of the champions that I think White Cat really has showcased his mastery on, and that is his Riven. Now, FENNEL, are you confident to play the Fiora into this? Because that is also one way to deal with the Riven late game though.
Yeah, and it has a really good synergy with the Ziggs as well. Maybe FENNEL this time around is just going to be getting some more crowd controls. The Wukong does have the double Cyclone with a good synergy with the Hero's Entrance as well. So a lot of team fighting capability for FENNEL, but in terms of damage, it's not really a whole lot. And they really need to work on that coming next pick phase. They're also going to be respecting some champions in the jungle, Olaf in particular, that can threaten those frontline crowd controls on OMG.
And FENNEL, I think they're content with putting Acker on the Wukong. Or although, yeah, just to answer your question, how do they boost their damage? They could go for the marksman mid, right? Like they can go for the Lucian or the Corki as as the stabilizing factor for the damage of FENNEL. But they are going to elect to put Chazz on the Jax, which to me has really revealed itself as a champion not really picked for its offensive prowess, but rather on the defensive side. Because oftentimes, we have to tell our audience that in the Baron lane, it's never going to be a 1v1.
Oh my. Oh my, looks like the Rammus is gonna be coming OMG's way. They see the pattern here of FENNEL. Everyone is AD. Let's pick up the Rammus. We tried it already during our match against Team Flash. They had almost all, or not all, AD as well. And this is going to be very scary.
Okay. So this is going to be the second time that the Rammus gets picked. And the first time I got picked, I was excited because this is one of the champions that I really abused when I was ranking up in Wild Rift. And for good reasons, right? Like, it's so easy to use. It's so binary. All you have to do is to roll over to the marksman of your opponent using the soaring slam as well as a way to gap close. One taunt could be an equivalent death on the other side. So how do you control the Rammus? One, you can poke down the Rammus. That is one thing I'm sure of, right? A Rammus that is not full health would hesitate to go in. Okay? Second, you deal magic damage because the Rammus is known to deal damage with more armor that he has. And the Corki is a marksman champion per se that does have a lot of AP damage in it. So I kind of like the draft here by FENNEL. And they just have to be worried. They have to maximize their level 5 advantage, especially with a package available to themselves. Just be wary of the rotation of the Rammus and they will be good.
They have a lot of tools to work around in the team fight as well. Lots of crowd controls, lots of backline access and sustain. So as long as they get the reach on to 15, they should be fine. Early game as well with our matchups. Fiora and Nautilus going up against the Jax and the Senna. This could be better now for Chazz and Danny since if it was a Riven, then more engage is present here on OMG side.
Yep. And I already have given away this trivia that this is the Rammus skin line that does have another voice line with it. It says goal whenever he tries to back away. Yeah, because it's the football skin line, right? And oftentimes, the normal Rammus voice lines has always been okay, alright, right? So yeah, this Rammus is the special Rammus skin in where he has more voice lines with him.
It's the chillest of all the jungler champions.
Sure.
I'm saying a couple of words and what they say, less is sometimes more. And Yan gonna be doing more work than saying a few words here. In the top lane, see if Monster can get engaged. Oh no, Danny gonna be in trouble here. Wycat dealing with a lot of damage, forcing the flash as well. Chazz just trying to retaliate with a counter strike. Can they actually get the kill here? Looks like it's not gonna be the case. What's important is Danny didn't die.
Still though, that's one of the things that you don't do as a Senna. Leave yourself exposed to the Nautilus, because that's basically the reason why Monster and OMG was so content in prioritizing the Nautilus instead of going for the Senna first pick, because Senna is definitely one of the most vulnerable champions that we have in the early game. And you look at that exchange, and it's easy to say that OMG already has the upper hand in the Baron lanes. Easy as that. A flashless Senna is basically a death waiting to happen.
And that is why I'm always nervous whenever I see a Nautilus and then there's a Senna, because the kill pressure is just so high to those who has the Nautilus. And most of the time we do see the first blood happening as well. So Danny really has to step up and also step back behind the minions as well, because Monster gets a kill onto him, then that's gonna be a big lead here for Whitecat.
Yeah, they will be able to cancel the recall of Monster, which means, for the obvious reasons, it's good. One thing that I'm worried about the fact that he lost his flash is that he's not never going to be in the position to go for a skirmish in the next 2 minutes and 30, because you will feel defenseless against the Ramas, against the Nautilus. They would not hesitate to flash in, knowing the fact that, you know, this Senna does not have a flash available to her.
Especially that Indian is almost level 5, just will be needing to clear that one camp and then maybe path towards top side. We have Trevor as well, lingering there on his last camp before ganking there. And Danny does have the Dawning Shadow ready and available. Chazz just trying to clear out the wave and also freeze it towards or closer towards their tower, because if it extends, it puts them in a much more vulnerable spot. But Trevor's here.
Yeah, Trevor is setting up a counter gank or a potential dive. I don't think going for a dive is a good idea here, especially with, you know, Fiora and the Nautilus kit. But they are setting up for it. Oh, no. Okay.
Valkyrie gonna be used. Depth charge as well. Good disengage here from Acker. But now, FENNEL gonna be engaging here onto Monster. Dawning Shadow gonna be invested. That's gonna be first blood by FENNEL.
MVP Acker, good reaction time, right? He was able to dodge away from the Rammus. I think it's because the Rammus was overexcited. I think at that point, you have to wait for the Nautilus to be the one to engage first. Chazz getting some plates as well. Whitecat, though, was just happy and content in, you know, piercing away some vital points of Chazz. Still, though, that's a massive win for the APAC squad. We look at that replay once again. Monster was the first one to flash in. Right, but he utilized his ultimate rather than going for the auto attack, which meant that Acker was able to Valkyrie away. With that one counter play available to FENNEL, so does the first blood.
Really good reaction time as well for Acker. Had it been the auto attack connecting onto him, it might have been a kill, and then OMG gonna be getting more of that. Really good graphic update as well here on our stats. We do see now their standings 11 for OMG and FENNEL is 7, and we even see a bit of a bunny.
Yeah. That's one thing I kind of want to ask you. What was the rabbit for? New.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to ask Prod as to what that rabbit is for, because definitely it's not the Easter Sunday anymore, right? There was at one point we did cast. I think I was casting back when we were celebrating the Easter Sunday, but it's already May and we're halfway in the month, so I don't think that is intended for the Easter Sunday celebration. FENNEL, though, is now trying to secure the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, it looks like OMG wants to contest. SMK does have a really good position. FENNEL will be just backing away and respecting them. Trying to turn here on to Whitecat. Whitecat is very proactive, going back towards the top lane as well.
Yeah, getting the priority. Acker, though, had to invest the package. Meanwhile, Whitecat was pushing the bot lane. So, yeah, FENNEL is being forced to respect OMG's engaged potential. And I kind of like this because you cannot win without discipline, especially against the Chinese teams. Sometimes, you know, being over-eager, being over-excited, and securing objectives is not the way to go. I remember KT Rolster Y being able to defeat a Chinese team by playing their game. And I think that FENNEL has the ability to do so as well.
Yeah, they are going to be engaging into the bottom lane. That's a Cyclone invested Monster. They get a bit of damage there. Can they actually get the kill? Dawning Shadow a little bit late, but still, that's going to be a kill for Acker. This is what we want from FENNEL.
Yeah, and this is what I did at least telegraph during the draft. Level 5 Rammus, or what I mean is 5-minute Rammus is not really the best jungler in the game to secure your objectives. So oftentimes when I play these champions, I go for trades as well. Chazz, though, has to be careful because Inyan was trying to hunt him down. Oh, hero's entrance.
Whitecat gonna be in trouble. Inyan as well is too far deep. But
barrier?
Trying to engage here onto Chazz. Will be able to safely back away. RH gonna be spawned there as well into the top lane. Almost getting the tower taken out. FENNEL able to collect themselves and not give any kills to OMG.
Yeah, and the beauty in that is that FENNEL was able to defend the top lane tower as well, which means that the first brick is still up for grabs for both these teams. And also another thing to note is that the tower plates gold only went over to the Rammus instead of it going to Whitecat. So that's another small win that FENNEL should be celebrating right now, because with all the series of plays that has been made by FENNEL, I think, they're getting the upper hand, although this definitely starting to get a lot scarier than it should be, right?
Yeah.
This Baron lane matchup, we all know that Chazz isn't a natural Baron laner. He used to be a jungler, and he's now feeling the pressure against one of the best Baron laners that we have from Chinese Conference.
And FENNEL is, needing to still step things up despite the 2 kills that they have gotten. OMG still is up by a small margin, or at least able to keep up with the goal. But I think it's not really that much important here for FENNEL because they have a lot of late game scaling, 3 of which does scale pretty well into the late game. And even if they don't get some objectives, as long as they deny those objectives towards OMG, it's gonna be good for them.
And they have to be careful, Danny!
No, Danny, no! That's not gonna be good. He's gonna get taken down for sure. Acker just trying to deal some damage, but what can you do? It's still too early into the game.
With that being said, OMG, 4-man strong here. Kid Coaster, a dive here on the bot lane. A couple of things that Danny, I know, wishes to take back is by giving away those skills to OMG, basically halted the pressure and momentum of FENNEL. And again, the glaring problem that we have been seeing since minute number 5 is this 1v1 between Chazz and Whitecat. It's definitely favored to Whitecat for the obvious reasons, right? Because Whitecat is on the Fiora, add to the fact that he, I think, is superior mechanics-wise and experience-wise in the Baron lane.
Yeah, in the bottom lane as well. That is going to be engaged here. SMK needing to back away, but flashing in by Acker secures hit the kill. Hero's entrance going to be used. Make it further but as well towards the back line, but still FENNEL going in. That is a lot of damage they are dealing onto the front line here of OMG. Inyan might need to fall back. And FENNEL going to be happy with that 1 kill.
They should because not only were they able to thwart a gank attempt bot lane, they were so proactive, although they did invest a lot. This is still the FENNEL that I used to love back in the day. What I called, or what we coined, controlled aggression has been one of their calling cards, and it's starting to show. The gold lead is still in the favor of OMG just because of that first tower that OMG was able to secure. But if FENNEL gets their hands on this unclaimed gold top side, bot side, talking about the towers, then yeah, we are in a very even game here, Gayang. So FENNEL and OMG still, battling for possession, battling for that game-breaking clash that is about to happen soon.
I actually like this space here for FENNEL. As long as they have this kind of movement, not really giving a couple of kills here to OMG, not giving the RH away for at least 12 minutes. Or 14 if we can actually stretch it. That's going to be the best possible condition here for FENNEL. And they will be getting 2-3 items by then. Inyan though going to be engaging with a Soaring Slam. Good disengage coming in from Danny, and Acker still putting here onto the back line. But the Wukong will fall down, and OMG will be getting a couple of kills. Might get the RH as well.
Yeah, but did you see the amount of crowd control that they were able to layer down over to Trevor? I don't think he was able to cast his Cyclone at all, and that's a good indication as to how big tenacity is going to be against the Rammus. You need to have that extra ability or seconds to be able to cast your game turnaround skills. We look at that replay again, and Monster was definitely feeling it right now, right? Just the ability to use that flash. Cyclone again wasn't there. It's so hard if you are FENNEL, because whatever you do, OMG is still so prepared to punish. And OMG now has the advantage. Top side, mid lane, was able to get towers, but on the bot lane though.
Oh no, Whitecat gonna be in trouble. This is really good for FENNEL, able to get one, but mid lane is being pushed already by SMK. So that's not really the trade you want to get if you're FENNEL. They are now trying to transfer into the Mountain Dragon. It's gonna be very tanky, but OMG wants to contest.
Level 11, Trevor. Smite fight going to happen very soon. Inyan does have access to the Soaring Slam, and SMK is already here.
Yeah, Monster gonna be stasising away. That's a Soaring Slam as well. 15 almost get taken down. Finally, Acker gets a kill, and now damage coming through. FENNEL is complete. SMK fleeing, and they lose 3.
Yeah, but the dragon was secured by OMG. SMK though on the precipice of going down as well. Arisen.
Yeah, it's a tower dive, but I think they have
Doesn't
to disengage.
have
Inian is
mana.
here. That's going to be a big backline
Oh.
damage on to FENNEL, but still they turn onto the Rammus and Inian falls down. Now FENNEL, having the best possible time right now in this game, will be also clearing this bot jungle.
Yep. Now they can turn over to the mid lane, try to equalize the tower count as well. FENNEL, again, with all the scrambles that is happening, some of them really, or most of them really does favor them right now. We look into the match of the week on the bot lane. J Team versus EDG. When is May 18? May 18 is going to happen today. No, it's not today.
Wait.
Wait.
Okay, that's why I'm confused. I checked the date yesterday.
Right, exactly. But we look into the replay and we can see that 15 had nowhere to go. With Acker being there to deal the finishing blow, FENNEL really won that team fight convincingly. However, again, Inian, with the help of the Soaring Slam, was able to get the Mountain Dragon. One thing that I want to highlight, at least in this particular exchange, was that Inian is squishy against magic damage. I know Rammus is one of the tankiest champions in the game, but it's not built to withstand a lot of AP damage. That's one thing that I assure you.
Yeah. That is, I mean, now FENNEL is having the best of time. Look at the amount of resources that they have taken across the board. Bottom lane tier 1, mid lane tier 1, almost a topside tower taking as well. This is the moment that we have been waiting for FENNEL. After all those struggles that they have been experiencing on the other teams, now we're seeing a better team fighting synergy in this team, and we see as well OMG struggling now.
You look at the core key of Acker 1 here. 4-0-3, having the game of his career here against OMG with 3 items already completed. It is safe to say that this Rammus, the impact of the Rammus would be negated by the amount of damage that this core key can dish out. They still have to be careful though, because we've seen numerous times that if OMG gets the upper hand like this one, they can really
FMK
turn
in
things
the front
around.
line. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult now for FENNEL. That is going to be left out in the open. Really proactive play by OMG.
How many times have we seen this from OMG? It has been like a script, right? Whenever FENNEL goes for advantages all across the board, OMG would find the necessary pick to slow things down for FENNEL. But still though, that's just one pick. FENNEL is still being proactive and is trying to secure an objective here topside. FENNEL will be able to secure this and would be able to at least get one tower again for themselves. Okay, so FENNEL is definitely happy in scaling this, or in waiting for their scaling champions to really go online. But that's already 2 deaths on Danny, and if you are Danny, being the captain of the ship, he knows that he has to do better. He has to move on though, and fast, right? Because again, there's no window for them to really just be sad, just to be down in all those picks that OMG was able to converge. Because in this game, you have to be mentally perfect. You have to be 100% against the Chinese ones.
And they can just rely on Acker and Chazz as well, both of which hasn't really died in this game. Also got a couple of kills along the way and going towards their 4th item too. So that is a lot of win conditions that FENNEL actually acquired in this game. They are positioning towards the topside river. They do have a good placement of the pink ward in the mid lane.
Ooh, the Mega Inferno Bomb was needed to check on the Baron, but FENNEL was positioning themselves to at least contest this Wildcat aggression against Chazz, and there you go.
Engage, not coming through. Wildcat able to disengage. That is information here for OMG. You might think that, okay, FENNEL might actually be trying to take this Baron. Let's try to disengage for a while and try to draw them in the bot side river.
Trevor has to be in the middle of the team fight. He has to make sure that the double marksman would be able to dish out the damage, and that's basically his role, right? His role is to be that wall to make sure that Wildcat won't be able to get his hands over to Danny, over to Acker, because they are the win condition of FENNEL. You look at the position of Whitecat right now. He's in a very good flanking position, so this could be problematic towards FENNEL.
Yeah. If they don't spot him out on any ward, that's going to be disastrous here for FENNEL because Danny has been, prone towards those engages.
Oh, they can turn!
Gonna be going as well. They are going to be turning here onto SMK. That's a big turnaround here by FENNEL. Can they actually get the kill? The answer is no. For the meantime, SMK is still trying to escape. And OMG, they haven't started the Dragon yet. FENNEL can just turn back around.
Exactly. This is now a 4v5, and although that's an investment of ultimates, that still is one person down. For the side of OMG, FENNEL is feeling it right now and is now starting to secure this Infernal Dragon.
Chazz has a really good flank. Inyan just trying to get onto them. That's a good engage
coming
in
turn.
from Arise, and Donning Shadow going to be used as well. Soaring Slam onto the backside, but Whitecat has a really good flank. Danny might actually be in trouble trying to survive. Heroes Enter is going to be invested.
Whitecat's
Can they
dead.
get a kill onto Whitecat? Really good counter here for FENNEL, and now they're turning onto them, getting the kills here and there. 15 going to be falling down. Dragon is for them. What can Inyan do now?
Still is a possibility of Inyan just stealing this objective against Trevor, but Chazz is now threatening the the Dragon Lane towers. They have to respond because that's an inhibitor tower waiting to be broken down to pieces. FENNEL, against all odds, winning the early game, winning the mid game. Here we look into the replay. We are now feeling the pressure and the discipline by FENNEL being in full display. You look at 15, he was immediately hunted down by Acker, so aside from that Mega Inferno Bomb, there was really nothing to be had from 15. His presence was immediately deleted by FENNEL. And once FENNEL knew that, the formation of OMG is already destroyed, is already, on the losing end, they just went for broke and just went for the kill right away.
FENNEL, after being on the back end for so many times now, they're taking control. Now they're under the driving seat, and OMG is becoming a victim now of these hunters. FENNEL getting the kill again onto that Riven, and now they're positioning onto the Baron, maybe going for a reset, but OMG, they are feeling the pressure.
Do you believe, Giyang? Do you believe? Again,
Hopium is up!
We look into this game. We started this game saying that FENNEL has never won a map. 0 games won for them. 0 series won for them. But they are in the prime position to take a win against one of the Chinese teams that we have in the tournament. A feat that not all teams was able to do. FENNEL, though, is now starting this Elder Dragon. This could mean, who's going to win. Inyan is trying to roll away from the threat. 15, though, nice pokes. And if you are FENNEL, yeah, you still have to respect this.
Yeah, I am very nervous right now for FENNEL because there is still a high enough chance that OMG can just go with a 50-50 smite battle here.
Oh, they're going in.
Ryzen just responds. Sorry, Sam gonna be used for the disengage. Inyan has flash.
Okay.
Doesn't have the flash. Donning Shadow as well gonna be invested.
Chazz!
That's a really good flank on the backside, going onto the Ramos, and that's gonna be the kill. FENNEL now turning onto the Elder. There is a push by Whitecat into the mid lane, so they have to answer that as well.
Chazz is going back. He knows that OMG might just go for the finish here, but no jungler for the side of OMG. FL now feeling it, now trying to get their hands onto their first win. This dragon is going to lose patience soon, but that's okay. OMG's jungler is still dead.
Yeah, SMK though has a really good flank. He is sitting on a ward. Whitecat has engaged onto the mid lane as well, but now they turn.
SMK.
That's a lot of CC that FENNEL is actually throwing onto them. Whitecat still positioning onto the backside. Dynamite actually be in trouble. Janchan is going to be used here, but Sasis as an answer.
Where's the smite? Okay.
Whitecat has no answer, and that's going to be Elder Drake taken by FENNEL. 3 kills as well, and a clean victory for FENNEL.
OMG is definitely on the back foot right now. Manila FENNEL is doing it, and although they sacrifice the mid lane tower, this Elder Dragon buff is going to really help FENNEL equalize everything. They can even go for the Baron buff here, Giyang. And again, the faithful shall be rewarded is the question that I have for you. Do you believe? Because I believe that FENNEL could do it right here, right now. OMG. 22 minutes in, this is definitely one of their strengths. They know how to win in the late game. But FENNEL is in the position, does have a lot of advantages for themselves going. Where is Inyan? Inyan is Inian is here. Soaring Slam is waiting to be casted.
But FENNEL is ready for it. Really good backline access on Chazz as well.
15 is dead.
It's going to be used on there too. And that's a lot of kills. OMG is in trouble. SMK couldn't do anything. And even Whitecat is dead. And now FENNEL adversity rising to the occasion. 4 kills. And they're just going to be pushing the mid.
Manila FENNEL is doing it. 18 kills to 6. It still is a close game, but make no mistake, FENNEL really does have a lot of advantage now, especially that we are now in the late game territory wherein the marksman really can just bleed out all the tanks, all the bruisers coming from OMG. Inian trying to proxy the wave or cut the minions. He's not going to be successful in doing so. Why? Because the League of Legends IQ, the Wildrift IQ of FENNEL is in full display.
And 57% of the viewers believed onto FENNEL, and they're making things work right now. Going for the last push into the mid lane, but it looks like it's not going to be the case for now. 15 going with a Mega Inferno Bomb says it's not over yet.
FENNEL was forced to back away. And we are still in a position in where OMG can still win this. Remember, there was a series in where the average game time of OMG's wins was 24 minutes. So I cannot count out the OMG squad as of yet. I still believe though. I'm still one of the believers. But OMG still is in the game. So do not celebrate as of yet. This is still anyone's Wildrift game.
Yeah, OMG. They're still in this game. FENNEL though are trying their very best. This is the closest we have been, but they should not make any mistakes. FENNEL going right now into the mid lane. They want to get a single target pick off. Maybe transfer it into a Baron takedown so that they can just push mid lane and close out this game. But OMG playing things really, really safe. They have the Fiora into the bottom lane as well to challenge.
Oh, Inian? Oh, he's dead.
In trouble. Soaring Slam gonna be used. Onyx Shadow as well gonna be invested here. A lot of backline damage here from OMG. Can Danny survive? SMK just trying to get a kill onto him, but still will be getting it. Whitecat in the vicinity. Arisen taking a bit of damage there. Oh no, it's gonna be trouble here for FENNEL. They got a Grand Challenge proc. Monster flashing in. And that's a 3-for-1 exchange for OMG.
And now OMG is now posturing and is trying to threaten a game-ending push here, Giyang. Against all odds, OMG was still able to do it and is now knocking onto the Nexus.
Can Chazz and Trevor find a way to turn the tides around? Trevor taking a bit of damage there. The depth charge going to be used onto the Jax. And what can they do? Counter strike away. They're just trying to delay the inevitable, but the death timers are too long. OMG pulled out at the very end. And FENNEL will lose their chance in game 1.
That's a heartbreaker for FENNEL. Oh, I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my heart. I feel it in my soul. They were one team fight win away from getting their first objective or first game win, but in the end, OMG again just knows how to play in the late game. We have really read the scouting report that OMG really thrives in the late game, and at one point, one series win of an average game time of 24 minutes. So you know that OMG is feeling confident that if you give them the opportunity to perform in the late game, they will be able to do so, even with the scaling advantage on the side of FENNEL. You just solved the problem of killing Danny, of killing Acker 1, and they were able to successfully do so in that last clash. Mind you, Kia, that's a sad way to lose a game.
A very sad way, and we can't help but respect OMG in that last fight as well. Inian Soaring Slam onto Danny and Acker, and then the follow-up by SMK. They were able to deal a lot of damage onto the back line, and that's the primary goal of OMG. They have been struggling for the entire game because of the defense strategy of FENNEL, but that point in time, they managed to make it work, and FENNEL had no answers there.
Inian being the primary focus of FENNEL and where they invested a whole lot, right? But we have to remember that the Rammus is still one of the tankiest champions in the game, that he will still be able to buy enough time for the flankers to be there, and Whitecat and SMK definitely was the MVP. Although one would say the 15's damage was superior to almost every single champion in the game. That's expected, right? Now, my question for you, Giyang, is who do you give the MVP to? Do you give it to Inyan just because he was responsible in that game-winning clash? Or do you give it to 15 with the amount of consistency and consistent damage that he was able to dish out?
I mean, they were really going with their roles and with their job and what they actually have to do in this game. I think Inyan had a really good engage towards the late game because most of the time in the latter stages of that game, he was getting caught a lot by the members of FENNEL. But this time around, the engage was there and the follow-up was there as well. So I'm not going to be surprised if Inyan is still going to be getting the MVP. But I want to argue the consistency of 15 as well. I think he is deserving of the MVP in this match.
For sure. Like, his damage was one of the reasons why the Bruisers was able to get the heads of Danny and Acker1. Without the ability to dish out those timely skill shots, it's going to be a lot harder for OMG to come back into that game. And again, yeah, if you are the FENNEL, you played it by the book. You played it correctly 23 for 23 long minutes, only to fumble down on the 24th minute mark, and it's really going to be a pain into the hearts and into into the minds of the players as well. How do you reset from this? How do you come back from this? And there you go, the game MVP was still awarded to Inyan because he was the one responsible in making that last team fight clash happen for them. They clumped up against the Ramas and they were immediately punished.
I want to be optimistic here, and I think I just really want to commend FENNEL. Despite losing in that game, they were still able to really improve, especially in this. They were able to avoid a lot of fights that OMG wanted to initiate onto them. They were winning until they didn't. And I mean, that's a Chinese team for you. That's OMG. Yep. There's a lot of times that they were able to just turn the tides around, and we were really expecting that as well. The 23rd minute of that game. So any more thoughts, Autolus, before
win the ball.
Hopium is up. We still are going to be hoping for FENNEL to maybe turn the tides around. Let's see in game number 2 as OMG takes game number 1. But before that, we are going to be hopping by a short break. See you after this short one.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Is the hope still up? Can FENNEL turn the tides around is the question, because, well, based on the pattern, it hasn't been the case. But game number 1 was as close as it gets. Can they take on OMG this time around? It is for us to see. We're now going to the picks and bans. OMG remaining on blue side, as FENNEL still are going to be on red side.
Wait, OMG has learned that their better side is on the blue side? Is that the case? Because again, you know, if you are the loser of the Fight for Side, come second game, you would be the one to choose which side of the map you will be on. And OMG going for the blue side is a new thing for us, Giyang. So I think, you know, OMG has started to accept that, hey, you know what, we're better on the blue.
Now, especially now, they have 6 wins out of 11 games on blue side, especially after that really good performance at the last fight to conclude that game number 1. Looks like they are feeling the momentum staying on blue side and are still banning almost the same champions. Jayce is the only thing they haven't banned just yet. It looks like it is going to be open here for this game.
Yeah, you ban away the Gragas style, right? If you're FENNEL, there's no reason for you not to ban the Gragas of Monster. His Nautilus was okay, but talking about Chinese Gragases, man, it's a lot harder to solve. Yeah.
Oh, good job. Good job. Gragas gonna be taken away here by FENNEL. Jayce gonna be open Senna as well. Looks like OMG wants to take the Senna and give the Jayce away.
Yeah, and plus the fact, add to the fact that, you know, just now, OMG, during game number 1, they were given off an option to prioritize the Senna. They gifted it over to Danny, was able to get multiple picks on Danny's Senna. But FENNEL going to be the one to snag away the Nautilus.
No. Don't pick the Fizz.
It's going to be the standard Ziggs, yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Not really giving away too much information as well, because by drafting the support in the Dragon lane, you are opening yourselves up for a counter pick, because that's where, you know, that's where you maximize the red side selection. If you're on the red side, you would be gifted a counter pick.
Really interesting picks coming from both sides. Looks like they just have exchanged their Dragon laners and their supports here for game number 2. Looks like there are no gonna be Ramos here for OMG. Kha'Zix instead gonna be picked up here for Enyan, and we have seen him, you know, perform really well with this champion as well, and is gonna be looking to have a lot of kills into this game. FENNEL really needs to be collected this time around, because OMG with his high sustain comp is going to be very scary.
But one way to really delete the sustain from OMG is to go for immediate burst. By drafting the Jayce, by drafting the Ziggs, you don't just have pokes available for you, you also have that burst all-in potential available to you as well. That's one thing to be wary of if you're OMG, especially this Kha'Zix, because if this Kha'Zix would be out of position, this is not like the Ramos in where he would have like 5 seconds into the fight, even when being targeted by a lot of champions. This is one of the squishier champions that we have in the game. So FENNEL now decides to take away the counters to the Jayce by taking away the Lucian, the Corki. I imagine that this is going to be a Garen pickup for OMG.
Yeah. And a FENNEL, I believe they can actually pick up a Renekton here so that at least battle lane would be more stable and more aggressive towards Chazz's style. But since they have last pick, they can actually leave the jungler be for the meantime. Looks like it's not gonna be the case. Vi gonna be picked up here by FENNEL. I was actually looking forward to see them waiting for whatever OMG is gonna be picking up, because now there's a lack of magic damage dealers here on OMG, and maybe, just maybe, they can be the one to pick up the Rammus. Just throwing it out there.
I think it's because OMG has a Galio that they can leave bot lane that can farm up his Rod of Ages, and that's the reason why OMG is content with not really having a major magic damage dealer, right? Now FENNEL is going for the Riven, which is one of the champions that Chazz was known for. Like the only champion that... Ooh, okay, alright. Finally decides to switch things up. The thing about Fiora versus Renekton though is... oh my god, like, I feel for Chazz though. Because in this particular matchup, what is the intentions of OMG is to make sure that this Renekton would be ahead after Fiora at all points in the game, right? And you can do that with the Senna. Starting from the laning phase up until, you know, the mid game, in where you can just cast one Dawning Shadow to support this Renekton. I imagine that Chazz would again be targeted by OMG in the first few minutes of the game, just trying to make sure that his impact would not be as impactful as the Fiora that we saw from Wildcat during game 1.
It's also so difficult to, or more difficult for the Fiora to use the parry on to deny a stun compared to a Jax, right? Because the counter strike, at least you will see some signal that it is gonna be used onto you, and you can just time it away. But with the Renekton, the Ruthless Predator can be more beneficial here for Wildcat. If he baits out the riposte, then he can just use the stun later on to take on Chazz. Also, in the laning phase, Renekton and Senna can actually do well against the Fiora and the Nautilus, provided the amount of CC that Wildcat can actually do, and also the last embrace from 15. So this time around, FENNEL, especially Chazz, has to be extra careful.
I was waiting for the Garen pick. If I'll be honest with you, like the Garen pick would allow them like a stable tank that could absorb pressure from OMG's side, and is an easy execute button as well, right? Oh, Hacker getting that early game advantage against the Zed is huge.
Yeah, SMK still staying there, is waiting for the passive, but will not be getting it. Will be flashing away as well. Acker says, okay, I win.
Yeah. I was wondering what was the Keystone choice or Rune choice for Acker and SMK. Because I think that was Conqueror for sure, right? For ZZ. Meanwhile, it is Electrocute for the Jizz. Sees an opportunity. OMG turns defeat into victory with a maximum economic difference of 9,000 gold.
Oh.
Well, at that point, like at 23 minutes, that doesn't matter, yeah? Right? Because, you know, most of the champions in the game would have full items as well. So, yeah, it is kudos to OMG, but that also has something to do with the game time. Which, again, we have said before that OMG's winning late game with OMG being able to win late game is not a new thing. We have seen them win 24 minutes game time before, so it's a testament as to how calm and how good OMG is when it comes to the late game.
Calm, collected, and assured that they can just turn the tides around when they find the opportunity. And OMG, they're also having really good control into the top lane, though there is a gank coming in from Trevor, so they are forced a little bit back. And Danny just safely farming into the bottom lane as well. No fights for the meantime, at least in the first 2 minutes.
Oh,
now,
Wildcat!
He's dead! Really good hook, really good CC chain as well, but Wildcat's still able to escape, and that's an opportunity denied here for FENNEL, but they are going deep onto 15. That's going to be kill first blood now by FENNEL. Can they go onto Inyan? Maybe not, but they're going to be happy with that first blood kill.
Very good proactive play. Now Wildcat is definitely on a disadvantage. Not only were they, you know, not only did they suffer a first blood death on the top side. They also suffered a lot of disadvantages because the minions was pushing over to the tower. So a lot of XP gold was denied over to the Baron laner of OMG. Now, if you are FENNEL, it's like the most ideal start to the game that you can ever ask for because one, it is on the Fiora getting the first blood. We look at that play once again, and you would see that Trevor went and leveled up to 5 with that minion, allowing him to get that seasoned assist against a very squishy Senna. So now, again, I'm just talking wonders here that FENNEL was able to reset off of that very sad loss during game number 1 and is now in a prime position to dominate the early game.
And this is something we also see a lot of times on FENNEL and the rest of the APAC teams, especially the PH teams. They are really, really good in the early game. They oftentimes get the first blood, get a couple of kills, get initial objectives as well, maybe a couple of towers along the way. But the only thing they struggle is the latter team fights. The CN teams are just so decisive and so coordinated in the fights that it's so hard to beat. And FENNEL is again still developing their prowess into the team fights. We have seen a really close game number 1. Maybe this time around they can have a more flawless team fighting.
Oh, no flash!
Be initiated. Season 6 as well gonna be engaged on, at least utilize. Wildcat surviving for so long, but still will be dropping dead.
Trevor making things work top side. Has targeted down the top side with 2 ganks in a row, and both of them so successful. A lot of this has something to do with Wildcat though. I'm not 100% sure as to what he's trying to achieve here. Yeah, he was wanting to plant the vision, but if you look at the map, you would know that there was golems waiting to be secured on the top side, which means that the jungler would most likely be there on the top side, right? So OMG is actually dropping the ball right now, which to me, FENNEL is so happy to accept and is so happy to continue. I'm at the loss for words. Happy to just continue with the current state of the game happening.
Yeah. I'm also happy for Trevor right now. Being a team enabler is definitely working this time around, because in the initial games that they actually had against other teams, we didn't really see the same performance of Trevor in this particular game. And right now it's giving FENNEL the chance and the momentum to make things work. They are contesting here onto the Herald. Chazz is here. Really good flank, but that's Dominus going to be initiated here. On Wildcat, really good backline damage here onto Indian, but still, Hero's entrance going to be invested. That is 4 people suddenly here onto the top side. Trevor's on his way. But still going to be falling down. Season desist will get them that second. It will also get the access towards his RH.
This is a double objective win for the side of FENNEL. Very decisive and did not wait for Indian to be able to get the objective at half health, which means that FENNEL is in the position to take another objective here. 3-4-3, an all-star start for FENNEL. Like, you cannot ask for a better start if you were FENNEL here. Like, you were able to get the Dragon, the Rift Herald, plus the first tower in the mid lane. My man, FENNEL is on a roll here. And we look at this play, like Horizon was the one responsible in making sure that this objective would not die. Immediately targeting down Indian with the depth charge, and plus the hook shot connecting onto him. Stasis to be able to buy some time as well. And plus that bouncing bomb coming from Danny was so clutch. Trevor and company is all smiles in game number 2.
Oh man, I also love how Chazz and Horizon were shadowing onto Wildcat. And for those who doesn't really know the meaning of shadowing, is basically just, copying the movements and not really fully engaging, just drawing enough attention while maintaining a safe distance away from them. And that
look at
allowed them
Trevor!
to get the kill, get the objective, and now on bottom lane, that's another kill picked off. Indian though getting a trade onto the Jace, but Trevor can just engage once more. Inferno Bomb gonna be as well. That's a really good kill by FENNEL.
Wait, is this really FENNEL? Is this really FENNEL? Because they are playing OMG like they're, not a Chinese team. And this is
5k gold lead.
5k gold lead, 7 minutes. This is way different than game number 1, in where FENNEL was able to get the lead later into that game, and where, you would say that, the longer the game goes, the gold lead becomes less and less relevant. OMG right now is struggling to keep up with Trevor's all-around aggression. He's all over the map here. You would see every single time Enyan makes a play, Trevor would be there to support his teammate. And this is also a very good play. Pushing over the Kazakhs so that the Mega Inferno Bomb would clip him. Man, oh man, Trevor is on fire in this game number 2.
I love it! I just love what we're seeing right now. Everything, momentum is shifting towards FENNEL as if they didn't lose game number 1.
Yeah.
This is a more dominating game. This is not a team that is just safely farming, scaling towards the late game, getting a couple of picks here and there. No, they're taking full control of this game. We're talking about almost 1,000 gold lead every minute.
Plus securing objectives left and right, right? You have the tower advantage, you have the dragon advantage. All that needs to be done here by FENNEL is to make sure that they don't drop the ball mid-game, because everything that you can ask for in this early game, they were able to get. They were able to seize in FENNEL. Again, we have said this. They haven't won a game yet. 0 wins. 0 serious wins. This could be that moment. I don't want to curse them. I know that, you know, caster curse is a real thing. But analytically
they're making us believe.
Exactly, and logically speaking, we're not talking about what should I call this?
Whatnot.
Yeah, we're not talking about horoscope or anything, right? This is real, the real thing. We're talking about numbers here, and FENNEL's advantages is really felt all across the Wild Rift map right now.
Yeah, it's making a lot of sense. And this time around, FENNEL is getting the win conditions theoretically to shut down this composition, this late game scaling composition of OMG. They have a massive goal lead. They have secured a double objective a while ago. They're on the fast track to getting more picks here, especially because of the initiations of Trevor. Almost 100% kill participation. He has been there for 5 out of 6 engages in OMG. They're just being confused right now.
This is vintage Trevor. This is the Trevor that we have seen that was very successful during his days with Team Secret. Especially with this patented Guardian Angel buy. I did not expect to see it once again as a priority buy for our junglers, and the main reason why is it became a lot more expensive than when he was so popular, or it was so popular. Ryzen though has to be careful.
Yeah, that's on to Arisen. And OMG wants to draw attention towards the Mountain Dragon. They can still go into a proper team fight as long as they get onto Danny. That's going to be a big kill by FENNEL. But they are going to be contesting Arisen here in the front, flashing it as well onto the depth charge. White Cat might actually be in trouble. No steal coming in. Still the Cat gets a Dragon, but they will lose 2 people. And FENNEL gonna be happy with that. Death Mark gonna be used here onto Danny, but has to flash away. Chazz as well, infiltrating the back line, and looks like they just want to push.
Yeah, just taking down this second tower in the mid lane is a prize by itself already. Trevor, with the Guardian Angel available, is still very confident.
Yeah, Enyan just throwing the spikes. Arisen has to fall back. One more auto attack can actually do the trick. No. Stasis in, they might have to leave him be. But he actually goes in, tries to go into a damage, but no follow-up as well. FENNEL just gonna be happy with that tier 2.
OMG still is very capable of finding the angles to try and crawl back into this game, and this is a good start if you're OMG, right? You secure the Mountain Dragon, you deny the 3 dragon win condition that we all know is very much impactful in the game, especially in the late game. Now FENNEL again, I kind of want to commend SMG with his Zed's usage, at least in that team fight or in that sequence. I think he dealt like 2,000, 3,000 damage just because of his shadow play, being able to dish out multiple shurikens on multiple targets. And that is one of the underrated aspects of the Zed. Zed can actually do a decent amount of AoE damage just because of the amount of skills that you can throw in sequence with each other. So though, we have to call this a FENNEL game, right? Because this is still a huge amount of advantage, 12 minutes, and if OMG would be able to win this game number 2, I'm willing to bet my hair on this. I'm willing to go bald if FENNEL would lose game number 2.
Oh man, okay. That is on record. And I'm also banking on FENNEL right now. I mean, this is the best possible case right now for FENNEL. They are going to be engaging onto Horizon. Still, good disengage from FENNEL. We can't help but respect this red side team right now. This team now going to be engaging onto the Renekton. He's going to be bursted out in 15. Just stasising and delaying the inevitable, but still 2 kills picked up. And FENNEL is just mad.
They just have a lot of burst and poke damage available to them. They target one member with Horizon leading the fray. It's immediately just a kill waiting to happen. You just know that they have enough tools to really withstand the pressure and to really be at the driver's seat right now. OMG suffers another defeat. Bot side, 2 deaths plus 1 tower. No haircut whatsoever, at least today. Young, I tell you. How about on game number 3, you be the one to wager something? Because I was the one who wagered something on game number 2.
Well, I'm willing to do what you're also gonna be doing if ever FENNEL losses.
Yeah. The comment section are going wild. They're saying that I might go bald.
I'm with you on this.
No, I believe you cannot.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm willing to go ball as well if ever FENNEL loses it. I mean, look at the score. Look at the goal.
Yeah.
Look at the objectives. Look at how good FENNEL is right now.
Yep.
Are you not happy? Oh,
this is I just want to spice things up, and I want to ride the most obvious lead that FENNEL has in the game. And I'm just so confident right now that I won't be surrendering anything, any hair, because FENNEL is just ahead. 14 minutes in, was able to break down 6 towers, is able to thread down this Baron that they can melt immediately and so fast as well. Is there a way for OMG to face check this Baron? Well, they do have Monster to be able to face check, although Galio is not the one that you want to be face checking because you want him to be able to cast his hero's entrance. Yeah, Dawning Shadow could be used as well, but outside of that, like if FENNEL would just play this methodically, just by securing possibly the 3rd dragon of the game and threatening the Baron, then I don't see a reason for me being scared for my hero or anything.
Yeah, and let's try to extrapolate a little bit here on the double assassin lineup here of OMG. And since they are behind 9,000, it's so hard to make these champions work. SMK has been trying a lot of times, especially with the slows, with the Ceruleus Grudge. Curse of the Black Mist gonna be used here to try and assassinate Danny. It looks like they have really good vision as well. Trevor just gonna be going in too. Mega Inferno Bomb gonna be thrown now, so that's a lot of backline damage here towards OMG. Really good flank as well by Chazz. That's a kill onto the Kazakhs. Look at the pile, look at the moves, look at them killing. OMG now getting 3 kills to nothing. Monster is gonna be fleeing. FENNEL gonna be chasing. What can they do? Nobody's going bald today.
FENNEL 5-man strong here in the mid lane could threaten down and finishing this game. SMK though is still standing in their way. That is still a big objective win for the side of FENNEL. They did not secure the dragon though, which is something that I want them to secure like right now, because that is still like the 3rd dragon in the game, which gives them a lot of stats. So FENNEL is going to decide to just melt down this Baron, which is not so bad, although they have to be careful with the teleport play that could happen very soon.
Yeah, they are going to be getting the Baron for themselves, turning onto Monster as well. Buy one, take one. Key, they can still go towards this dragon too after recalling. Things are looking good for FENNEL. 13,016, 17 minutes.
Yeah, I'm kind of fixing my hair right now, Giyang, because I feel this is not going to be the day that I go bald. FENNEL still would be able to win this without a problem. Trevor's Guardian Angel hasn't been popped yet at any point in the game, which means that he really just has controlled everything from the get-go. OMG had no answer for his rotations, and every time that OMG tried to make a play, FENNEL, especially Trevor, was there to answer.
Nobody's going bald today. We are gonna be keeping our hairs tonight. FENNEL just has to end this game right now and finish it. This has been such a dominating game that FENNEL has orchestrated. Megan for the bomb onto the back lane. Immediately the set has fallen down. Trevor as well, funneling through. There's nothing that 15 can do. Stasis only delaying the inevitable, and FENNEL is gonna be doing it. First game number 3 for FENNEL, and first dominating win as well.
There's a first for everything in FENNEL. Is not going to be content with just one win. They want one series win. All smiles. You are now seeing Chazz being unlocked on the Fiora. We did say that his champion pool has been on the Bruiser side, and man, oh man, So I kind of like the you know, I kind of like the fact that I'm not losing hair anytime soon. The job's not yet finished. Game number 3 is going to join us in very, very soon. But what a commendable way by FENNEL to bounce back from that heartbreaking loss during that game number 1. We all know this, right? You know, there is definitely going to be a mental factor into the game. And after losing game number 1 in that way, right? FENNEL's ability to overcome the adversity that really faced them is just so good. And Trevor, deservingly so, should win the MVP.
Oh yeah, oh man, this guy, I mean, we had our worries for his performance in the initial games they had, but the biggest development is in this game for Trevor, and we can't help but feel so proud for Trevor and the rest of the squad in this game. It's not a close game. It's not a game that FENNEL had some leads, some wins. No, it's a one-sided beatdown that FENNEL has made against OMG. And OMG had a really good early game composition, but we felt none of it in this game.
The Renekton plus Senna was the ideal laning win condition, right? But with the Nautilus, with the Vi, it's easy to execute those picks. You connect onto your dredge line, you connect onto your assault, no longer the assault and battery, but Vault Breaker plus Cease and Desist. And it's so easy to lock down those squishy members. OMG has to revisit their drafting because, if anything, maybe Game 1's draft, in where they skipped the Senna in priority of the Nautilus, was the better choice overall, because you could see that FENNEL does have the chops to punish a very squishy Senna.
And it's also notable that they beat OMG in a side that they have most wins on. So now this is just, they're breaking barriers right now. They're defying expectations, and they're really pushing their limits. And I am excited for game number 3. I just wanted to start first game number 3, first win of FENNEL, and they got their first win in a dominating fashion. This, I mean, I'm just as confused as you are, but I'm also just eager right now, excited for game 3.
That has to be like the biggest win that we have ever seen from APAC against a Chinese team. We've seen a lot of wins from APAC against a Chinese team, but not in that fashion. Right? Not in that style, in where it was just a complete domination, complete washout. And I cannot wait for game number 3, because I just know that OMG is not going to be willing to surrender without a fight. Add to the fact that their pride is still there, right? They are one of the Chinese team, and surrendering a loss against a winless APAC team is a tough pill to swallow for them.
I'm just looking forward to game number 3. I think maybe OMG needs to step up as well in terms of picking the Varus up instead, because they have banned it twice. Game number 1 and game number 2 tried to prioritize the Nautilus in game number 1, tried to prioritize the Senna, which didn't really work in game number 2. Maybe they have to go back towards the Rus early game champions and early game supports and Dragon laners as well. FENNEL is gonna be very, very happy, and Trevor! I'm just so happy here for Trevor. Very, very deserved.
Deserving. Again, his map play was the reason why he was picked to be part of this FENNEL squad. He just showcased his League of Legends IQ And there you go. That's how you control a game from a jungler standpoint that does not have the damage potential such as the Lee Sin, such as the Kha'Zix, because with his Vi, he just showed how to carry a Wild Rift game.
I'm just excited. I want game number 3 to start already. I want to see FENNEL defy expectations and try to just really take on OMG right now. Backs on the wall here for OMG. Let's see if they are going to be able to reestablish control. That game number 2 was definitely more of FENNEL's way, and I just want it to start. We are going to be hopping by a short break, and when we come back, it's game number 3 time. Hold your horses. The series is not yet over.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red.
Hopes are up. FENNEL taking game number 2, and now the fast track to take on OMG for game number 3. Do you believe? We're starting to believe. This is game number 3 of OMG versus FENNEL. Let's see who is going to be turning the tides around, who is going to be taking control, who's going to be taking the W.
Yeah, APAC is bracing for the first win by FENNEL. OMG is now on the red side, which we may have to go back to the stats I reckon that OMG is or does have a losing record on the red side. 2-11?
Yeah.
2 out of 11, so that's 2 wins with 9 losses on the red side, right?
Mm-hmm.
With one
and
win
FENNEL
coming.
only has had 3 games on blue side.
Oh, is that so? Okay. Well, that's interesting to say the least. Why fix what's not broken? I wonder. But Gragas is open though, and was not banned away by FENNEL, which means that OMG would not hesitate to go for the Senna Gragas, don't they?
Oh yeah. And well, interesting though, because OMG has banned the virus instead, and it's something that I have been, a bit confused on lately. Because normally I would suggest picking up the virus and the Gragas when you're on the red side, but having OMG ban it away on red side is a little bit questionable. They will be picking up the Ziggs instead. Senna is available for FENNEL if they want to go on that route again, but I think it's much better for them to go on using aggressive champions. Corki is gonna be good, at least to be secured here in the mid lane for Acker. But if so, would it be a Senna picked up as well?
Yeah. This is FENNEL being dared by OMG to go ahead and pick the Senna. OMG is leaving Senna behind, which means that they are not fully comfortable in going against the pick composition, the burst composition that FENNEL was able to maximize during game number 1. And one of the bigger difference that we are seeing right now is that Acker does not have the freedom to go back to his Jace that was so effective during game number 1. So a lot really has changed in the drafting of this game number 3. I wonder if OMG would try to target down the champion pool of Trevor, knowing that this Wukong is still a flexible pick for FENNEL. I mean, if you are FENNEL, you should be happy to put the Vi again for Trevor, or to pick the Vi again for Trevor.
He had a really good performance with a Vi in game number 2. Looks like OMG gonna be sticking with SMK's Zed in the mid lane as well. Since there is no Jace anymore, might be able to at least have a better performance here in the mid lane. Garen gonna be taken away by OMG. It looks like FENNEL will have a chance to at least deny some champions from Whitecat.
Oh, okay, good ban. This is one of the ways to counter a heavy crowd control draft. The Olaf of Inyan, which has netted them some wins on the red side as well. Good deny. And good review overall by FENNEL, because they knew that OMG would not hesitate to run the Olaf composition, or Olaf in the jungle.
If you are going to be respected as well, so that leaves possibly the Renekton for the Baron lane, but OMG has first pick priority after this banning phase. Riven is up. I think OMG might actually want to pick up the Riven instead, since they do have the Ziggs, so they want to get that execution damage maximized. But given lane priority, looks like it's going to be the Crocodile instead.
I think this is... Ooh. Riven for Whitecat has always been a very good tandem, right? Like, you could never go wrong whenever Whitecat has a champion that can carry the team fights. And we have seen him on the Riven. We have seen SMK on the Riven as well. But with the Zed being picked up here for SMK, I assume that Whitecat would be the one piloting the Riven. So that means that FENNEL could go for the counter, or the soft counter, I would say, and goes for the Renekton. And this is what I have identified prior to this draft reaching the second part, right? Like, or second half. Vi being open means that Trevor could still go back to the champion that was so effective for them, and that is the Vi.
And I love this. This is a lot of aggression coming from the side of FENNEL. OMG gonna be picking up such a good frontline champion. The Gwen can be fully utilized here by Inyan. Let's see which champion is going towards Baron lane and mid lane. Will it be... Okay. Looks like it is gonna be the Renekton in the mid lane? Or... okay.
This is for sure an Acker champion, because one of the reasons why FENNEL was able to secure themselves a seat here in the WRL Asia, we were the ones casting the qualifiers for the APAC region, and Acker 1 was so confident in the champion Wukong that he was winning lanes that you would expect that he would be at least losing, right? So this matchup against SMK, I would closely monitor this because during game number 2, we saw his Jace just handling SMK during the laning phase from minute number 1.
It's also going to be interesting how Wukong and Zed are going to be interacting against each other. Acheron has some outplay potential with the clone if he is going to be able to utilize it perfectly to counter the death mark. So in team fighting as well, FENNEL has such a good composition design.
For sure.
A really good backline access, front to back team fighting is going to be possible. Loss of frontline as well to just disable OMG. The only thing they have to be worried about is Inyan's Gwen. Later on, it is gonna hurt so much.
Will it be Inyan or will it be Winyan? Because this Gwen is one of those champions that really is hard to assess, right? Like, at one point, you know, there will be games in where Gwen would be like the biggest champion dealer or damage dealer in the game. But there will also be game in where the Gwen would definitely be on the back foot. And with all-in potential coming from Trevor's Vi, I think he has the position or he has the ability to just shut down this Gwen pick neatly.
As long as he gets a really good synergy towards his allies, just like in game number 2. Since they have the Nautilus as well, they have a lot of CCs to just pin down the Gwen and take it on. Also to the other members here of OMG. Ryzen just chasing down Monster there. And persistence is the name of the game in game number 2. 36% damage. And let's see, because Danny is actually doing a really good job for the meantime here. In the bottom lane, FENNEL in the mid lane though is being very aggressive. Danny actually doing a little bit of damage there towards SMK, forcing him to get the honey fruit. Now we have to really look towards top lane in which Renekton and the Nautilus can do more compared to the Riven and the Gragas.
Ryzen and Chazz though, again, this is like, oh,
whoa. Okay, the dive gonna be initiated. Bottom stem has been used already. With White Cat gonna be going with a knock up. Still first blood by FENNEL. So clean.
This is expected, right? Inyan is not going to be able to help pre-level 5. Gwen does not have the crowd control, does not have the damage. So it is expected that the Trevor would have the early game advantage. SMK though would be able to push down the wave here in the mid lane and will not be able to get a tower plate. So all in all, it is still FENNEL being the aggressor, which is the same recipe that they did during game number 1. Attack the top side, attack White Cat, and win from there.
And it shows so much the flavor of the Philippine meta, right? Going for utmost aggression, getting the early engages, and just trying to pin down, pressure the enemy team. And FENNEL has done it in game number 2. Can they do it in game number 3 is the question. But given this lineup, it's mostly going towards that. Given the first blood into the top lane that was orchestrated perfectly, it's very much possible. Look at Trevor, even engaging as well. Oh my god, that is such a good kill. But White is still going to be able to disengage. Monster is going to be the next target. Will he burn to death? No, 1 HP remains.
1 HP, right. But the proactiveness of FENNEL has been like a different breed right now. And look at that. FENNEL. Again, they may not have been able to get the head of White Cat, but they will be content with the head of Monster just because you are now able to deny some minions, plus get some tower plates on the top side. Acker has to be careful though.
Yeah, Death Mark has been used. Still going to be able to disengage successfully despite the Mega Inferno Bomb thrown out. Going back into the mid lane though is a little scary. Yep. To be extra careful, but Trevor is here, so all things are good for FENNEL.
As long as Acker don't die, then the advantages of a Zed can be neutralized or mitigated. Trapper again, game number 2 MVP, making his presence felt on the top side, just allowing Chazz to be that beast that we know him to be capable of. Again, 2-0 start for FENNEL. This is still far from what we have seen from game number 2, in where we have seen like Trevor being everywhere, being present in all ganks. But this is a good start, for sure.
Oh yeah. And I just love the synergy that we're seeing right now on FENNEL's side. Trevor even flashing into the Vault Breaker into the season. This is just to get onto Wycat a while ago. It wasn't a kill, but that was a really decisive move coming in from FENNEL. And now it's putting a lot of pressure towards Wycat.
Yeah.
Horizon right now and Trevor back onto the top of the season.
No flash.
Pinning him down. The escape route has been cut off and there's no way for Wycat to survive.
Kill being gifted over to the red buff of Trevor. That's okay. That is 3 times that they made a successful gank topside. If you are OMG, when will you ever learn? OMG is really in shambles right now. FENNEL dominating the top side 5 minutes into the game.
And OMG is still in shock from game number 2. They seem to be still in shock because FL, they're still getting a couple of kills here and there. 2,000 gold lead at 5 minutes of the game. They are in best form to contest the objective taking of OMG. If they can get the RH, a double objective into this game similar to game number 2, then that's going to be really good here for FENNEL. They are going to be going towards the bottom side river. Horizon serving in the front. Took a bit of damage there from 15. Has to be extra careful.
We have to remember, during game number 2, FENNEL was able to get the 2-for-2 special, getting 2 objectives at 5 minutes, just because of the amount of lead that FENNEL was able to garner early parts of the game. And now Inyan is now starting this Ocean Dragon. We have to remember that Trevor could still deny this. Acker went in so early though.
Oh, well, Trevor isn't here, so they will be giving this objective away. OMG. Not getting any kills.
Wait.
With Horizon very low, I don't think that is possible too.
And that's okay if you are FENNEL, because on the top side, they were able to get full plates without even using the Rift Herald. So this Rift Herald could even be used here in the mid lane. And we all know how APAC loves their heralds, right? Loves their first hour. Chazz being able to secure the objective top side without having to use the Rift Herald just gives a lot more advantages to FENNEL all throughout.
This time around, we're seeing such a very proactive team of FENNEL. Even checking the jungle camps here of Inyan, making sure they have vision on him at all times, that they can just easily track him down. Shutdown isn't really made yet towards this Gwen, but they have shut down Wycat, which is a good sign. And now they're just taking control of this bot side. Maybe they can take a tower. Mid lane is very vulnerable as well. And as long as they can keep forcing fights in which they have numbers advantage, it should be good here for FENNEL.
And plus, the easiest way to gank a lane is to have superior crowd control advantage. Chazz flashing in. 15 though.
It's going to be bad though. Renekton going to be taken down. Overextension, no flash and no slice and dice. Dan as well will be Valkyrieing out. OMG has gotten one there.
One of the plays that I know Chazz would love to take back. But that is okay. That is the proactiveness that you want your members to have. Monster being in the middle of the 2 towers here will not die and will not be crowd controlled by Trevor or anything. So it was still a successful defense on the bot side, similar to what OMG did in the mid lane. They were able to successfully defend the tower in the mid lane just because of 15's magnificent reaction time.
As long as they can defend the mid tier 1, it should be fine here for FENNEL as well. Coming towards next objective, Infernal Dragon versus RH, we can safely assume that FENNEL this time around will be respecting the dragon taking of OMG, but they shouldn't be giving the RH as well. So it's going to be more complicated now.
Yeah. I also looked into the items of Danny, and he went for an immediate damage spike rather than going for the scaling Muramana Porky. So I like this because especially against Chinese teams, you need every bit of damage that you can get. So going for the Trinity Force into the possible Rift Maker would allow them... Wait, what are they doing? They're trying to backdoor the tower, which has a lot of resistances just because of the backdoor protection. FENNEL is still in the lead though, that is one thing for sure. Although OMG was able to stop the bleeding off of that magnificent play in the mid lane. FENNEL though is trying to, how should I call this, approach this as slow as possible, as methodical as possible, because there is no need for them to rush anything, right? They can just wait for the objectives to spawn up and be wary of their positioning. What they have to be careful of is Danny's positioning. If Danny would remain alive and would be able to dish out like a lot of damage in the backline, backline, that will be the win condition of FENNEL.
Yeah, also, the positioning of FENNEL has been really, really good. Even in the previous game. And now, OMG trying to dismantle that. Trying to separate them as much as possible. But as they take some time into the bottom lane, ganking, RH is very much taken here by Trevor. So really proactive movements coming in from FENNEL, getting a good read across the map, and also making sure they get more from OMG.
FENNEL also did not use the package, which means that Danny would still have that option available come the second Dragon fight. Monster and Inyan wanted to at least check if they would be able to get some cheeky play downstairs, but immediately said that it's not worth it, and they just want to scale up. Inyan is already level 11, and he's definitely one of the win conditions for OMG. If Inyan gets her scaling up on this Gwen, he will be the problem that has to be solved by FENNEL, because again, the kit of the Gwen, when it comes to the damage, it is just so pure, especially against all these melee champions that we have for FENNEL. FENNEL has to feel scared and has to act fast. They cannot wait for this Gwen to scale up.
I love the timings though. They have the package ready and available. Vision gonna be denied later on with the Scuttle Crab from OMG. Just as the Dragon spawns. And they have a really good position now. Deep wards as well placed into that Tri-Brush. So the angles in which SMK can go in is significantly reduced.
Exactly, and plus this is the ocean map, which means that they can play with this bush right here just outside the Dragon Pit to their maximum advantage. Plus the fact that they still have the package. They were able to break down the tower bot lane. More pressure points from FENNEL. Chazz going in.
Yeah, Wycat is in trouble. That's the cast used for the disengage. Monster is still not going to be able to save the day here for Wycat. Look at the backline access. One going to be falling down. 1-for-1 trade. No dragons just yet. OMG still fighting back.
I'm not 100% sure if Akers dive on to the backline was needed, because Inyan was already burning to a lot of damage over time, and Ryzen is still tanky and still has stasis available, which means that he has the luxury to face check that pixel bush. But again, if you are FENNEL, you have to commend them. Like their vision control on the right hand side of the choke points is already like 1 out of 2 things that you need to do whenever you're securing an objective.
And now they're on the fast track to taking this Infernal Dragon as well. SMK trying to get a good angle into him. Deathmark going to be on to try, but still the Dragon is going to be taken here by FENNEL. But they have to flee, they have to fall back. That score keeps falling down. Trevor as well is in trouble. Mega Inferno Bomb will be doing the trick. In OMG, they are getting a couple of kills.
Yep. Trading 2 kills for 1 Dragon. It being in the Infernal, I would accept that trade. However, OMG is not done yet and it's taking resources mid lane and bot lane. I think it has something to do with OMG's ability to teamfight, right? Like FENNEL was so successful during game number 2 with their ability to turn. However, in that particular team fight, they had no reason to turn and fight because the Dragon was so low, and so they just went for the 50-50. Good thing for FENNEL is that they were able to secure the Infernal Dragon. Looking at the replay, you would see that Danny was just targeted down by Monster and SMK. SMK from the back end, Monster from the front end, and Danny immediately popped his stasis. He thought that the death mark was going over to him, but instead it was on Trevor. Game number 2, Trevor at this point already had the Guardian Angel available. But you would see that OMG was still solid in adjusting their gameplay to make sure that the game 2 collapse won't happen.
And FENNEL, with that little mishap, is denied of the big lead that they initially had. Oh, this is a different UI that we are going to be seeing. Much better, I would say. even though we don't really understand the language that we are seeing right now. But I love this.
Wait, why are we back into this UI though? Like, all of a sudden they have
all the ultimates.
Exactly. Now we see all the summoners. Now we have a lot more information to utilize. I'm not sure why are we doing this. Why now?
Let's engage. See, OMG gonna be engaging onto Horizon, but still, is being shoved right back. Monster has to flee. SMK does have a really good angle here onto the backside, but still, Acker might actually be in trouble. It's too deep. Body slam into the flash will put this Wukong down in his place, and there's no answer for FENNEL.
It's a Baron angle.
Without? Oh no.
And I think the only thing that messes up my way to read everything right now is now that the map is on the top left-hand side rather than it being on the top right. So now I cannot really scout. This is a gamble by FENNEL. They're not calling the what do you call the bluff by OMG. Although right now they are forced to face check and the Ryzen has to flash away. Good thing that kill on towards Acker did not result into a big objective swing. OMG still pulling their guns, and they basically tried to go for a turn, but FENNEL did not buy.
Yeah, and we're starting to see now OMG having a bit of a gold lead into this game. 3,000, I would say, and FENNEL losing their grip. Now is the time that we're starting to see Indian becoming more scary. Oh my god, okay.
Even 15, like the dude does not have stasis engine. This is like a normal thing for the Chinese Ziggs. They would not go for defensive items. Why? Because they want damage. They need damage, and damage is the name of the game, especially here in Wild Rift at this early parts of the game. Trevor would be able to secure that one out. But they're feeling scared to try to get that shared buff for Danny. We'll see. Okay, Danny is going over and will try to sneak away the blue buff. Good advantage or good small win for FENNEL, but OMG again. The problem is this guy, Inyan, is now slowly transforming into Winyan.
Oh yeah, this is the win condition that the OMG wants to have in this game, and FENNEL, they're starting to lose their grip as well. Even in the map resources, and OMG with this lead is going to be helping them secure more objectives, more resource, and help the scaling of Inyan even more. 15 as well has been doing a really good job. Look at the score of him. 4-0-1, 3 items going 4 already, and FENNEL has no answer towards the backline just yet.
10 stasis in the game. So it is going to be a long, drawn-out team fight, which means that whatever engage you do, if you are FENNEL or you are OMG, you have to expect that the stasis will be pressed, so you don't have to go all in. Sometimes it's all about getting that mental advantage or getting that small win of burning the stasis or of burning the ultimates. Now FENNEL is in the position to catch one.
Yeah, White God is in trouble. That is a big pick. Inyan, Winyan, no, it's going to happen here for OMG, and now 4 versus 5 advantage. This dragon fight.
Wildcat did transform his boots ancient to the teleport boots. Now Danny would maximize this small bush just outside the dragon pit. Just try to secure this third dragon. This is the mountain dragon. Gives a lot of resistances, but the patience of the dragon is slowly waning down. Acker, prime position to flank. Was he spotted though is the question. Oh, he was spotted because 15 threw the Hexic Minefield right just above his nose.
But he's in trouble. 15. That's Router Spencer onto the back line. Chazz is waiting patiently onto the 6. They got the kill. They got to get onto the Z as well. Now FENNEL going to be charging into the back line. Inyan just trying to flee, but there's nothing that he can do. Monster as well. That is a good engage. Really good team fighting by FENNEL, and they're just going to be getting everything. Even the dragon is not going to be the case. They want the Baron instead.
Winyan to Lucian is the name of the game for FENNEL. Now they're securing this Baron buff. Half health on this Baron. FENNEL. Manila FENNEL is doing it. Monster though trying to challenge this Baron. No steal to be had. And FENNEL takes away the big prize. FENNEL gets the Baron buff.
It has been a big adversity by FENNEL in all of the tournament, but now they're rising to the occasion.
You look into the replay and we see the very good flank coming from Acker. We did say one of the reasons why FENNEL is in this tournament was because of his Wukong play. He decoyed in over the wall. He saw 15 and did not hesitate with Chazz being there as well. They just waited for the stasis to expire, and Chazz being so good at this Renekton at this game was able to deal the most crucial blow that OMG could suffer in Game 3.
And that was a team fight that OMG did not expect coming in from FENNEL. Such a decisive move coming from them. And now, they're completely taking control. Goal lead a while ago was 3,000 for OMG. Now it's back to FENNEL. Same amount, going even higher this time around with a Baron power play as well. All lanes being pushed, at least in the bottom lane and mid lane. They only have to address top lane this time around, but such a good time now for FENNEL.
Not yet over, although they are burning a lot of ultimates. On the side of OMG, you would see that FENNEL's health bars is relatively critical, which means that they still have to respect the all-in potential coming from OMG. The Elder Dragon will spawn up in 5 seconds. We have seen this movie before, Giyang. And I know that, you know, the late game is basically where OMG really shines. It has been a lot. There's been a lot of post 20-minute games that OMG was able to win just because of their superior team fighting. Is this going to be another one of that game? FENNEL obviously does not want that to happen and is trying to play this as methodical as possible. Baron buff is going to expire, and so now FENNEL is trying to engage.
Oh, 15 is going to be in trouble. Tries to stasis in, but he is all alone onto the backside. Going to be flashing away.
He's
but
dead.
he's still going to be falling down. SMK now joining the fight a little late. Deathmark going to be used here onto the front side, but still, FENNEL really strong, really collected, really complete right now. Going towards the dragon now after 2 kills to OMG.
Inyan still alive though, so the threat of the 50-50 will still be there. Danny with the Guardian Angel still safe in the back line. Arisen trying to go for Monster. SMK Inyan is going to be targeted by Chazz.
Almost getting taken down as well. Danny going to be holding the fort into the backside, but now Deathmark going to be here onto the Wukong. Can SMK get a kill onto Acker? The answer is no. Cease and desist to stop him from falling back, and that will be the 3rd kill. And the Elder Dragon as well.
Elder Dragon for FENNEL, and that is 5 members with the buff still on, available for them. Chazz has been a revelation so far. We did say that Chazz is one of the best junglers in the game, but more than that, I've always viewed him as one of the best late game performers for RRQ, just because his ability to reach the primary targets has been one of the reasons why RRQ was one of the better teams back in their day. And now he's showing once again what he's capable of, finding Inyan over and over again, denying him the position that he wants to have.
This is so scary though. Mega Inferno Bomb going to be thrown out, but good use of the stasis here by 2 members of FENNEL. Now the backline has to be infiltrated. Chazz again onto 15, just zoning him out. Rooster Predator here onto White, but still might actually be in trouble. Has to flee. Inyan as well is in trouble, but the good kill by Chazz is here. GA going to be popped. SMK going to be joining them in. But OMG still has some damage left in them, but SMK will make a crucial mistake, and he will die as well.
He overreached, and that is still a team that has the Elder Dragon buff. Although I want to commend OMG, they were still standing and trying to minimize their losses in that team fight. We'll look at that replay once again. You look at Chazz, and he wants to get his hands over to 15, but 15 with a satchel charge being able to disengage just in time. Plus, the exhaust was there to make sure that Chazz won't be able to reach a primary target. The prize though for FENNEL is this objective. This is going to be the 2nd Baron in the game, and I don't think OMG is in the position to contest.
Absolutely no way for them to contest this right now. Elder Dragon again coming up in the next few seconds. And looking at the position, looking at the situation of FENNEL, they're on the fast track of securing it once again.
1 minute and 40 to play around the Baron empowered minions. If you are FENNEL, you don't want to commit any mistakes from here on out, because you know that OMG would pounce on any single mistake that you do in this game. Going for the 1-3-1 split push, prepping the wave is the name of the game. This is where your support staff would be very vital in making sure that you know your fundamentals, and FENNEL does have 2 coaches, Coach Kaigo and Coach Rebenga, basically saying that, hey, you know what, this is ours, we just have to play it correctly. And I agree with them right now. This is FENNEL's games to lose.
No mistakes this time. That is the game plan here of FENNEL. Remain decisive, remain calm and collected. The fight, the war is not over here against OMG. They have to be very clean. So OMG desperately tries to defend. Top lane still going to be taken down due to the high amount of damage from the minions. Now they're turning here onto the bot side. That's going to be the stasis play coming in from the Ribbon. But still, what can Wildcat do? He might be taken down. That's Trevor here onto the backside. Chazz going to be used for the isolation play. But they're focusing on what's most important. And FENNEL, rising to the adversity, will secure their reverse sweep and their first win.
I told you. I believe in APAC gets another win against a Chinese team off of the backs of the then winless FENNEL from Manila. What a game, what a series, and what a statement coming from the squad that was saying we are scaling, wait for us to become online, and this game is a good indication as to how far their growth has become.
They just grew so much in this series. We can't help but feel so proud and happy here for FENNEL. Game number 1 was really good. They just lost at the very end. Game number 2 was more decisive than ever. And game number 3, they really nailed it till the very end.
Indeed. Whew. I'm sorry. I have to control my emotions now because we still have a very good match coming up next. But that is what happens whenever an APAC team is able to win against a Chinese squad. It has been the story for WRLA, right? We have been so how should I call this? We have been on record as to how big the gap is between the teams from China and APAC. And how many games are we in right now? Like the record that we have.
This is our 5th.
Yeah, so this is going to be our 5th win against a Chinese team. To how many losses, Giang?
27.
27. And that is the reason why every single time there's an APAC versus China team, whenever an APAC team wins, I cannot help it but feel excited. Be it me on the casting desk or be it me in attendance in the audience, watching from the comment section. It's because it's a big deal. And I assure you, these teams, they want this as bad as I think they want it, right? Like they practice for this moment to be able to win against the Chinese teams, and now that they have proven that they are able to take down one Chinese team, confidence will be at an all-time high, and they will try to capitalize and bounce off of that very big momentum swing.
I'm just so happy that they got the win. This is such a big improvement coming in from FENNEL, and we have waited for this moment in time. After so many losses, after so many struggles, now is the time to believe that FENNEL can actually just go on and get a couple of wins. They won now against OMG, and they're going to be looking forward to the next couple of games that they are going to be having for the rest of the tournament. The barrier has finally been broken, and now the lose streak is now over.
It is indeed over, and as we said, like, how many games are we in right now for FENNEL? What's their record now? 1-5?
1-5.
1-5.
And they have a lot of games.
They still have a lot of games. And they, for me, their first 5 games were games
7
against the better end teams or against teams that are above 500. What I mean by that is that they have had the hardest schedule. Very deserving MVP Chazz again really outperformed himself by going for those crucial picks, slice and dicing, onto the primary targets and being that threat all throughout the late game was the reason why FENNEL was able to back game 3.
And this is a guy that struggled initially coming towards this tournament as a Baron laner because he was primarily a jungler, but now we saw him slowly growing, slowly getting his same aggressive playstyle into the Baron this time around with better positioning, better timings, and in synergy with his allies. And now MVP, well, very deserving.
Yeah. It works wonders, right? When you give him the early game advantage that he needs, when you give him the resources that he needs, turns out, come late game, he would still be able to carry you in all those intense 5v5s, in all those intense team fights. And Giang, maybe it was maybe the wager was needed, right? Like FENNEL still was able to win. I cannot believe it.
Yeah, and next up we have an exciting game as well, the match of the week, KBG going up against JDG. So stick around for a while. We'll just be going into a very short break. What do we have an interview though for our FL team? Because I believe
I think so.
So we are just gonna be waiting for our interview. Let's chill for a while.
Well,
I mean,
let's
there.
I think the MVP. Sorry, is the interview? Who's going to? I think Trevor is one. Chazz or Trevor, but I think Trevor would be the one to get interviewed because I just think that Trevor is one of the, I would say, eloquent when it comes to interviews such as this. He's so well practiced when it comes to interviews, but we're waiting for the final word if we will ever have an MVP. I'm willing to cut down our break time for this interview because one, it's so rare to have an interview this early. So sure.
And I'm just happy to see, even during the champion select, we have seen like 57% voting that FENNEL would win starting in game number 1. And that shows promise. That shows that people are believing that FENNEL is just going to be able to break the barrier and will get the win as well against the Chinese team. And they've done it beautifully and fantastically in this series. Game number 1 was a little flimsy. Game number 2 and 3, they definitely made all the doubters not doubt anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Like, although there were still instances in where we thought that OMG would still be in the position to take the win, just because it's the post 20-minute game. And what's their record now? Post 20 minutes. Like, I think that's their first loss in a game that really went the distance. I'm talking about OMG. So their ability to play the late game is one of the reasons why you cannot really count them out. Never. I think, a lot of it has something to do with the crispness and the confidence as well that FENNEL would be able to develop as the tournament progresses. We did say that, they're scaling through, they're leveling up. They're basically being tested by the best teams or by the better teams during their first half of the schedule, and come the latter half, we would be seeing really what FENNEL is made of. So still lots of what I would say growing pains for the squad. It's all up to their coaching staff to really guide them through it.
I believe they have 7 more games till week number 10. A lot of really strong teams as well. They are going to be battling along the way. Next match they are going to be having for week number 8 are up against Team Flash and Cerberus Esports. But let's go to the interview first.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人维嘉。让我们再次恭喜马尼拉 FENNEL 战队赢得这场比赛的胜利，这也是他们 WRL APAC 舞台上的首胜。我们也是请到了打野选手吹波来到我们的采访间，然后接下来我会问他几个问题。Congratulations, it's such a beautiful victory. So could you introduce yourself to our audience?
Hello guys, I'm FL Trevor, the jungler for Team FENNEL.
对，吹波选手也是简单的介绍了一下自己。然后第一个问题我是想问到他，因为今天也是他们在 WRL 舞台上的首胜，我们也都非常为他们的开心，所以想问一下他现在此刻的心情是什么样的 ？Since this is your first win of WRL APAC and we're all very happy for you, so could you share your feelings at this moment?
I'm so happy right now that we won our first game and my teammates too, of course. And I think we can keep this up.
对，吹波选手说他真的是非常开心，他们今天赢下了这场比赛的胜利，而且他也相信他们会将这种冲劲儿延续下去的。那下一个问题是想问到他，其实，在第一局的时候，他们是有一个非常大的优势嘛，但是在后期最后一波团战的时候是被 OMG 直接翻盘了，所以想问一下，当时那一波他觉得他们有什么小问题吗？To be honest, and you had a big advantage in game 1, but you were turned over by the opponent. So during the last team fight, what do you think is the mistake that you made at that time?
I think we just made a bad call. We should have gone Baron, but we want to finish the game fast, so we made a bad call.
I know。然后吹爆选手是说，其实，在当时最大的一个问题就在于他们当时没有直接去到大龙坑的位置，提前站好位置，在第一时间团战的时候，其实他们是少人的，所以在那种情况下输掉了那波团战，非常的可惜。然后下一个问题是想问到，因为我们的解说老师说，Manila FENNEL 这支战队其实是一场比一场表现得更好，一直是在一个不断进步的状态中的，所以想问一下吹爆选手对他自己的表现现在还满意吗？Our caster said that he feel you guys were getting better with each game. So, are you satisfied with your own performance now?
I'm not still satisfied on my performance. I think we need to keep grinding hard.
对吹爆选手也是很满意的，然后他也希望自己可以表现得越来越好，不断的努力。And that's all for the interview. Thanks for joining me. 然后我们的赛后采访就到这里结束了，然后也感谢我们的吹爆选手。接下来让我们把时间交给我们的场监。
Oh man, I just love that interview. They are not satisfied with that win. They want to consistently grow and be better and contest and get more wins.
And that's again the first win, very first ever win for FENNEL, which is going to shake up the standings for APAC. For OMG though, a lot has to be done for their team. I have to call spade a spade, right? Like they're at the bottom half of the standings right now, and if they want to reach the playoffs and top 8 and be top 8 of the Chinese conference, then they have to do better, especially against against the APAC teams, against weaker opposition. Giang, I just want to wrap it up saying that I believed. Right? I believe, and I believed. There you go, guys. We got the first win of APAC today.
And we are going to be believing even more to FENNEL and the rest of the APAC squad. Next up, we have KBG versus JDG, but not without a break. We are your casters, Giang and Nautilus, and we'll see you in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023. We now are done with our first series. Congratulations to FENNEL winning against OMG. And now we're on the second series. Keep Best Gaming going up against JDG. This is the match of the week.
The the top 1 team in the whole league, Keep Best Gaming, the reigning defending champion from WRLS2, will be challenged by a team that also has very formidable plays in them, right? Like, so this is definitely a matchup worth watching as we look into the roster of KBG again. Anra9 being at the forefront of everything, like the MVP mid laner, as we often say, and the 4 other players is also nothing to scoff at. KG is a solid foundation in the Baron lane. Datone would often play for the team if needed, and Xiaoma and Yu has always been so solid as well.
And this is a team that can pull off almost any kind of composition and execute it well and make sure they make most out of that lineup too. They only lost onto Nova Esports in game number 1, but they're coming off on a 10-game win streak right now, and now facing against JDG that is coming off of a win against FENNEL just last Thursday, is struggling a bit against the other top tier teams like EDG and Nova, but they're trying to have more control in their games right now, trying to make less crucial mistake like one that they had against Nova Esports. And one thing to take note is that they really have a solid Baron laner. Sunny, one of those that is very independent, is going to be trying to have a better performance in here as well.
Are you ready, Giyang, for a day of upsets?
Ooh, I mean for KBG,
no, because we look back into series number 1, and that can easily be categorized as an upset, right? Because that's the number 17 from APAC with no wins, no map wins, as in 0, and was able to win against one of the Chinese conference team. Now we look into this matchup and you look at the stats. The stats are not really too telling as to who is going to get the advantage, because you look at the win rate of JDG, both blue side and red side, 75% win rate. And again, looking into the number of games that KBG has already played, I believe that they are so ahead of JDG in that regard. So yeah, looking at it on paper, there is a potential for JDG to win this.
Oh yeah, there is that slight chance. It's actually hard to get a read onto them whether KBG would want to go on blue side, on red side. JDG is very, very efficient in getting our RH and first tower. But let's go into the matchups, because one of the reasons why KBS game is just so good is because of Anoran. Recently, even pulled up the Zeri and landed a pentakill on that champion, and he's just so difficult to take him down.
I went on and asked the members of NOWS if they expected a pentakill from Anra9 during game number 1, and they did say they did not know what happened. Like, that Zeri at 10 minutes should not have the damage potential to really get kills after kills after kills. It also helped that Anra9 was the last one to enter the team fight, but that is still just Anra9 things. I don't think other mid laner majority of the mid laners would be content and would be happy to pick up that champion, but Anra9 would not hesitate to go for that. But we look into the other head-to-head that we have here, and that is going to be Xiaoma versus Juju. And I know that, Giyang, you have some notes on Juju.
Yeah, Juju is very, very deadly with the Varus. I think that's something that JDG can actually look forward to getting if ever they are on red side. Maybe pick up the Gragas or the Nautilus and then the Varus, so that they have supreme team fighting capability. Maybe give a Shinzao as well towards 1, so that they have really good team fighting potential against KBS game. But Xiaoma is very flexible. He even got the MVP using the Ashe, so it is a big battle they are going to be having. And again, we have Alora again. Yeah.
我是主持人维嘉。今天的第2场比赛将由 KBG 对战 JDG， 一边是目前常规赛排名第1、连胜不断的 KBG， 另一边是这赛季手感极佳、状态火热的 JDG。究竟哪支队伍会更胜一筹？让我们拭目以待。接下来，让我们欢迎 Keep Best Gaming 以及京东 Gaming。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Laura. Today's second game will be KBG versus JDG. On one side is KBG, a strong team that is ranked number 1 in regular season and has been on a winning streak. And on the other side is JDG, who is in great form this season. So which team will be better today? Let's wait and see. And now it's time to welcome Keep Best Gaming and Jingdong Gaming.
你们能10连胜，是因为还没有遇到我们 JDG。11连胜，我们势在必得。
wish we could understand. Also, Andon is the only one not wearing their jacket. Really,
he's the cool guy. Like he has
cool
the one.
guy.
Yeah, he has the one with the shades going as well. He has. He's the face of KBG. That is for sure.
Definitely, just showcasing how different it is as well. Definitely being the face of Best Gaming. Also, just making sure that they dominate almost any game, every single game that they come against their enemy teams.
首先有请双方
Now,
单
are
人路
also
选手
going to
登
be
场。In the
having
solo lane,
our
KBG, KG,
walk into
JDG,
the stage.
Sunny.
Something that I am just looking forward to seeing when Apex fly over there.
Which is going to happen come playoffs, right? Like, I just hope
接下来让我们有请双方打野选手
we
登
will
场。
be
In the jungle,
flown as well
BAP, JDG, Once.
to be able to cast the games live. But that's okay. I'm okay with being able to cast here in our little homes here in
下
the
面有请双方
Philippines.
中路选手
Yeah,
登
we're
场。
going to
In the
look
mid
into
lane, KBG,
the
Iron Knight,
lineup of
JDG,
JDG, and I
Big
know
Bad.
that you are so high on Juju, but also one new X factor for JDG has been their Baron laner,
下面
Sani.
有请双方射
He's
手登
one
场
of。the
In
newer
the duel
players
lane,
that they have.
KBG, 小
He
马
has been so
JDG,
steady, right?
99.
He's one of the few players that has a 100% win rate on the Jax, which is already telling. Because one,
最后有请双方
it's easier
辅
to
助
win
登场。
as a Jax
Anna
if your
support,
team is
KBG,
basically
UU,
winning. But
JDG,
that
Loki.
also means that he holds his own, that he's a solid foundation that you can play around with. And the fact that they were able to win against Weibo Gaming, which is one of the
两
contenders
支
in
队伍
this
现已集
tournament,
结完毕，让我们即
means
刻
that
进入召唤师
JDG
峡谷。All
could
the players are getting
continue the
ready.
storyline that
Let's
we have
start
right now,
into
which
the
is all
realm.
about upsets.
Yeah, and he's only as well one of the only champions or Baron laners that is comfortable and using the Akali and posted up many times in this tournament in the Baron lane. So that is something, a lot of angles that JDG can actually take in this game. But again, Piper side, Anaran is back in the driver's seat. Looks like he is going to be wanting to get another win for himself. Only losing once in the whole of this tournament onto Luna when they battled against KT. And Sandy's gonna be trying.
What was the matchup again when he lost? I forgot. But
Zoe.
Yeah, I was the one who casted that. True. But yeah, it's still is. I think it has something to do with the champions that are available as well. Like KBG looks into the champion pool and asks Anra9, "Do you want to play?" Immediately he says yes if he finds something worthy to play, like the Yasuo. So expect him to play the Riven if left open.
He also likes picking different champions here and there in the fight for side. So I'm not even gonna be surprised if he picks up something like I don't know, a Renekton possibly here, or maybe the Pantheon we picked up.
The Pantheon is going to be banned away by JDG.
Oh,
and yeah, speaking of
first Irelia?
some flashy champions, and Red9 is going to lock in the Irelia, which was also the 1v1 champion that was used a while back, right? During game number 1, or during series number 1, OMG, SMK played Irelia against the Yone of Chazz, which Chazz was able to come back from as well, right? That's a come from behind win. So I did say that it could be an indication of what is to expect into that series, and lo and behold, it was indeed a come from behind win series as well for Manila FL.
Oh.
But then enough of that.
Oh,
yeah. Under 9 again, the player that has the most wins, I would assume, in this 1v1 setup.
Oh yeah, I mean, Andron is just so good in a 1v1. It's so difficult to take him down. And Sani gonna be trying to do that with his pick right now. The Yone is an interesting champ to actually use here, if ever. Because Irelia does so much really good work in a 1 versus 1. A while ago, we saw the Yone versus Irelia. I think the Lucian would have a much more better fighting chance if you can dodge the stuns.
Yeah, the flawless duet, the Vanguard's Edge, those are the skills that you have to respect and as much as possible dodge into any given circumstance. Unreal 9 is going to use the Flash Ignite plus Kraken Slayer, meanwhile Sunny feeling safe and goes for a double defensive spell by going for the Exhaust and the Flash plus the Kraken Slayer. This is, I think, a matchup in where if you are the Lucian, you will be happy to just not die and just wait for your items to be there for you, because Unreal 9 is going to make sure that he's going to play aggressive. There you go.
Oh yeah. Immediately goes in. Has a bone plating to at least negate some of the damage coming in from Sunny. But the range advantage is a big factor here. Especially at level 1. Exhaust is going to be used already. Sunny as well will be ignited. And Anran took a bit more.
Yeah. But now that Sunny is half health and with no exhaust available, Unreal 9 could easily go for that level 2 all-in. He's holding off though, alright, okay. So he's playing cautious, at least against Sunny's Lucian. He's respecting, and I'm not going to question Unreal 9, especially in 1v1 scenarios. I don't think I can ever do that because, again, this player has relatively cemented himself as one of the best mid laners, if not the best mid laner that we have here in WRLA.
Yeah. And also he has to be waiting for level 3 to fully maximize the kit of the Irelia, to have the duet, have the damage negation, and also have, you know, a lot of ways to proc his passive into a fight. And that paved the way for Tisani to go back into the base, get a couple of items, and have the leverage again in terms of damage, because he has the range already. The only thing he needs to do is dodge that flawless duet coming in from Andran, and then he's gonna be fine. Proc as much double tap as he can. Nice dodge as well on the duet once again. He's also gonna be using Ignite 2 onto Sunny. But still, the damage is really high from this Lucian. Ouch.
Yeah. It's an uphill battle for sure for Unron. Is it doable for the Irelia to win this 1v1 against Lucian? Of course. One way to win against a marksman is to have the ability to gap close. Although, we have to note that, you know, Lucian is a special breed of marksman just because of the ability to dash away and also do something while dashing away, right? His calling will always be a deadly weapon come level 5. So on run 9, if he won't be able to burst down Sunny, I expect that Sunny would be able to win this 1v1.
If he is going to be able to use the Vanguard's Edge effectively and hit it onto Sunny, that is going to be a big win, at least on the auto attack resets, especially when he gets his Blade of the Ruin King. And we have seen a lot of really good burst damage coming in from an Irelia. Given the HP that he does have, at least as a fighter champion, can negate a bit more than a Lucian does. So that's something that he is banking as of the meantime. But Sunny able to always get this wave clear and get a couple of platings too. That is a lot of gold.
And plus he went for the early damage power spike of the Storm Razor, which is one, it allows him to outplay more by being able to slow on run on first hit. It's also a good like initial damage spike or first strike spike. This is, although, I mean, this is the territory in where Run 9 could go for an all-in.
Oh no!
Yeah, okay. All-in, going to be used.
Right. Vanguard's Edge, immediate flash here by San. Can actually get a kill, it does!
This guy is just... this guy is just so good. like the amount of confidence that you have to pull that through and get that 1-0 advantage against a Lucian, no less. He just knows how to play every champion as cleanly as possible, and like that play that he did, Sunny expected the all-in of the Vanguard's Edge to happen, but it did not stop Unrun 9 to go for the killing blow.
Yeah, me even baited him a little bit there after getting, you know, him onto that brush, able to flash right back in and finish him up.
I wish we have pro view, like how Unrun 9 does everything on his phone.
Yeah,
because that would be a cool way to see how far he is from the normal Wild Rift player. Because we all know how the GOAT Faker does his thing, right? He basically is like a playing a game of 5 monitors at once, because he's going to flip over from one screen to another, right? So so my question is, how does Unreal 9 play Wild Rift? Because just the way he does things, it's just so clean.
Able to dodge at least one more of that flawless duet, but Andran all smiles. He knew that he can just win it from that. This guy is just an absolute beast, and I also want to get that pro player view.
Yeah.
So at least we would see how he, operates his phone. Maybe using like 10 fingers there. Skin.
We also have to note that there is a way for you to do so, right? Recording perspective of our pro players is definitely something that I wish, in the future seasons will be available to us, because that's one of the things that I think most of our viewers would be curious about as well. Sammy is always all smiles, and he knew, like, at that point when he surrendered the first death against Unrun is going to just go for the killing blow. Come the next time that they meet midway. That this is a matchup in where whoever gets the first blood will most likely win the game.
And Unrun gonna be getting another win on his belt. Once again, almost undefeated after only losing against Luna when they battled against KT, and now they are gonna be picking red side this time around. Interesting, because, well, JDG has equal amount of wins on both blue and red, 6 out of 8 games, but KBG has 13 wins out of the 15 games they had on red side. Definitely maximizing the amount of win rate that they have. Also, having 2-pick priority is going to be huge for them. Maybe they can get the Varus for Shauma and also the Gragas for Yu if ever JDG does opt to get something like the Nautilus first pick.
They play everything though. Like, KBG is at the point of the tournament and where they can practice strategies and hide some strategies that they want to maximize come playoffs time. Right? We have seen them as a team that is also able to play the WBG special, the all-in funnel strategy, in where they play the Yumi to supplement their side laners. But for KBG, there has been no need to show any of that yet. That's because they've been winning on so many strategies. But JDG is not a pushover. They will be in the way, and they will most likely challenge KBG to the fullest. So I expect KBG to bring out the guns game number 1.
Oh yeah, huge respect towards KG, towards Satan, and even Andran on his Yone. KBG gonna be the one to be forced to ban away the Camille and the Aatrox. Let's see if they are gonna be giving it away, since some teams are actually comfortable battling against an Aatrox, and KBG is no stranger to that as well. Kha'Zix's gonna be taken away from the Ton, one of the champions he is just so good at. It looks like the Aatrox is gonna be available.
It will be the Shen pickup though to deny it from the Ton and KG. Because that's how KBG operates, right? Once the Shen gets left open, they would not hesitate to go for it and flex it in between 2 members. So instead, they go for the UU special. And the win rate of the Gragas is at a very respectable, a very high win rate of 59%. The reason why I said it's high is because it's picked up 74% of the time, and we have had a lot of games. Having to hover at around that rate and having that pick rate just means that, you know what, this teams really know how to utilize this champion.
And Yu is just so good with this. I don't even... Well, I believe he has a relatively high win rate on this champion as well. Has gotten a lot of MVPs to JDG. Looks like they are going to be getting a double assassin this... Or a double ninja, rather. The Zed going to be picked up. Nautilus as well. So many suppressing champions picked up by JDG against this sustained late game composition by Keepes Gaming. Andran gonna be picking this Akali up, denying it onto Sunny as well, a dual purpose, and maybe just pick it up for himself too.
Yeah, but if you're JDG, are you really willing to go for like a draft with like Hallie and Zed close to Shen? I feel that that's an overreach of ninjas. Like too many ninjas in one game, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. KBG is going to ban away the Ziggs, which has been one of the stable picks for almost all Dragon Laners that we have here. Expectation is for another Dragon Laner to be banned away, possibly, yeah, there you go, the Corki, just to ban away the Varus, the Ziggs, and the Corki. Those three champions are, you know, champions that I think is a good match against the Senna. Senna is being drafted not because it's a good Dragon Laner, it's being drafted because it just gives you a lot more flexibility all around the map, because he, or the Senna can basically support the Baron lane from the get-go.
Yeah, and when they pick up the Garen for top side for KG, that is
sure.
going to be such a stable champion, just suppressing the lane, just holding the fort. JDG with their draft with an aggressive one is gonna be picking up another aggressive champion, the Ribbon here for Sunny. So that is a lot of frontline power to at least try to take over this game. This Karma is something we are looking forward to seeing, especially because of the bans on the Corki, the Varus, and the Ziggs. And it is actually really good for the shields. KBG.
Whoa. KBG has to have at least one Serpent Fang user for sure, right? Like, you have shields from Karma, the Griffin, the Nautilus, and the Shen. So the value of the item has just multiplied by 2, 3, or maybe even 4. KBG's viewer support rating 73% to the 27%, but make no mistake, I mean, looking at the draft of JDG, they're not a pushover, right? This is very much doable for them, especially if they will be able to get the lead on Sunny. Sunny would be the X factor here. Having that advantage all throughout, being that split push threat, would be one of the reasons why I think JDG could upset KBG in this game 1.
Lots of engage and disengage tools on both sides. Lots of shields for JDG. Lots of late game scaling on the side of Keith Best Gaming. Let's see who is going to be getting the first blow in the series. Will it be JDG or will it be Keith Best Gaming? It's going to be an intense one for sure, because JDG, they're just so good. And even in the draft that they have made right now, I'm loving this. There is a big chance, as long as they can deny the scaling coming in from Andran, also punish the double scaling champion from Keepest Gaming, the lack of damage they have in the early game, they should be able to at least take tempo in the early game.
Yeah. Although the biggest X factor for KBG this time around will be the tone, right? Like on this Sun Jiao. Oftentimes we are I mean, this is not the first time that we have questioned the draft of KBG damage wise, right? But there is something with this team that they will make something work that doesn't work for, you know, other teams that we do have here. And even after so many games of trying to analyze and trying to understand KBG, all we can really say is that they just have perfected the game in the current state, in the current meta. And that they are a well-oiled machine that would work wonders and know their power spikes so well, to a point that their opposition could not do a thing, even though, you know, the draft is looking favor to the other side.
Yeah, there is a build different. they can pull off any they just will deny any sort of analysis that we made, but now Shama getting caught is actually huge here, but Sunny took a bit more damage that he can chew there from KG and Shama. They completely negated them.
That is one Senna that got hooked but did not flash away. It's not often that we see that, right? Like, just standing her ground, saying that, hey, I'll be okay. And this is why I think KBG, and not just KBG, but also, you know, Chinese teams in general, I think has perfected the game of Wild Rift in its current state, because oftentimes we see that happen with APAC. APAC would immediately flash away because they just know the Sen is so squishy. But for Chinese teams, they would min-max everything and would not be trigger happy with their summoner spells.
Yeah, Shaman knew that KG can just silence Sunny and then completely interrupt the combination that he would want to go with, following up towards the engage of Doki, and that was well executed. Now we're starting to see JDG at the very least have some chances, or take their chances up. That's still a positive sign coming in from them. They just need to wait for the level 5 of the Shen. Maybe they can force a fight.
See, level 5 Shen is definitely so scary. That's for sure. Right? Like, he's yeah. This I think is one of the signal for JDG to start the fight, especially with KG not being level 5. That just means, you know, the Mushroom Justice won't be available. Although both summoner spells are available for KG and Xiaomai, and I think that is the reason why JDG is still respecting the damage return that KBG could deal and inflict to them the early parts of the game.
Yeah, you has to be very careful. And KG, the Mass Injustice can do wonders here. Even with a Stand United, well, KBG is not feeling any pressure into top lane, no matter how much the engaged Sunny and Doki tries to go onto the Garen. If they can't reach Shama, it's not going to be possible to do anything into the top lane. They have to move towards mid lane, in which the champion is more vulnerable, and Feibai can actually do a lot of work towards Andran, since it is the early part of the game, chunk him down to 60% as well. But that leaves top lane for Sunny a little bit more challenging.
Karma is not going to win the lane, that's for sure. Juju is just there to wave clear and be the utility that his team would need come mid-game, or come those skirmishes. It's been a relatively quiet early game though, so no surprise engages coming from JDG utilizing the Stand United. So it's all about farming, it's all about waiting for those perfect opportunity to pounce on the mistakes of their opponents. But both teams are not really making any mistakes so far, so there's really nothing to punish.
They are preparing into the bottom side river though, and might actually get caught. Still is very comfortable engaging here onto Feibai. That is a lot of damage. Might force him to go back into the base just in time for KBG to set things up in top and bottom river.
And Anran would be able to push down the wave, the bot lane, which means that he would be able to squeak out 1, maybe 2 tower plates as well. And those small gold advantages, he'll give it to Anran 9, and he would be making sure that he makes use of it so effectively. I think if anything, maybe we can request a stat from our production team if there's like a way for them to see, you know, the gold efficiency and who's our ladder boards, or who's our leaders per role. Because I really think that Anran 9 capitalizes and maximizes every gold that you give him.
Oh yeah. And now we're seeing KBG as well focusing on late game scaling, picking up the dragon, but they might need to be very careful because Yuju is taking a bit of damage there, trying to get into the top side river. Doki is going to be casted away. KG as well has good position. Still, JDG is going to be getting that RH for themselves. But Andran is in the midst of trouble here for JDG. They got the kill and they got a trade of objectives.
Wait, what a play though, coming from JDG. Oh, that dot? Okay, alright. So KBG was able to get a kill here in the mid lane. But one thing that I noticed was that once teleported down to the bot lane and summoned the Rift Herald, immediately netting them the first brick here in the bot lane. On the mid lane though, there is some answer to be had for KBG.
Yeah, they want to get a kill onto Sunny to try and get more gold, but Sunny, using the ultimate, will be at least able to clear out the wave, able to disengage as well. JDG getting some answers here for KBG.
I like this overall from KBG and both and JDG as well. Like, JDG is not going to surrender without a fight, or we saw them being proactive, using the Stand United just to be able to summon the Rift Herald. It's not invested to get a kill, but being invested to get some gold injected on towards Feibai is a good thing. Why? Because Feibai and Anran 9 would be mostly on the side lanes, and whoever wins that duel in the side lane will most likely win this game for their team. So, yeah, JDG is now saying that, you know what? If you rooted for KBG, it's not going to be an easy game for you.
Oh, yeah. And it's so difficult to take on KG, so that leaves only Andran and Shama, right? But since Shama is being protected by Yuya at all times, in side lane, they only have a few choices here for JDG. And KG doing a really good job holding the fourth here into the top lane. Andran, though, without the tower, the tier 1 tower into the bottom lane, is pushed a little bit far back. So in terms of proactiveness, it can actually spell out good here for KBG because now Yuyu is pathing there. They baited out the Stand United, and that is a big cooldown for once.
And looking at the movement of KBG, they were so ready to punish. They were not even spotted on a ward at that point. Doki, though.
A little bit questionable there by Doki. That charge was used, but they have no damage in the mid lane.
I don't think he used that as an offensive weapon. Rather, he just wanted to survive. This movement by KBG is not going to be spotted. Okay, finally it gets spotted just because they use the spooper lenses as well. Unra 9 now getting the upper hand. You look at the experience, and he's 1 million away from getting that level 10. And there you go, he levels up to 10. Faye Bai is now feeling the pressure in this 1v1. This is just a cheat code, man. Like,
yeah, they don't even have an RH, but he still got a tower there.
I mean, he always wins his side lanes, right? What a luxury to have if you are KBG. A player that will be able to win you the 5v5. And
the shield coming in. Stand United has to flash away, giving respect towards Faye Bai. And that was a close one.
Yeah.
Stand United gives more and more shield.
Investment both sides, and Unrun does not have any anti-shield item. I don't think Akali is a good Serpent's Fang user, although Shama did actually build the item first, and for obvious reasons, right? There's like 4 champions on JDG side that just capitalizes on shields.
They're focusing now onto the tower as KBG pushes Sunny and Doki away from ever protecting it. Now 2 towers unlocked. They only need to take mid lane, and they have the Rift Herald that they can prepare with to take it down as well, because it is already low, chunked down to 60%. Just 1 charge can do the trick, and KBG just generally being so efficient in this game, slowly chipping away the structures of JDG, and JDG simply has no answers.
This is the answer that JDG wants to find. This Rift Herald could break the stalemate that KBG was able to do, at least in this game. Although that zone was undetected, he would be finally spotted here by Doki. But where are the other members of JDG?
Stand United. Yeah, they want to contest here. They want to get a seal onto the objective.
Oh, that's a stolen.
They do. That's a good job by Ones, but still going to be trading his life for it. Zed's going to be taken down. That's engaged by KBG. Definitely punishing any attempts of them getting an objective for JDG. And now 3 for 1 is definitely not a good trade here for JDG, even if they got the RH.
Is that an Imperial mandate on Yuyu? I think it was. For KBG again with a massive win in that team fight, because I saw an icon on the top of the head of Sani, and I thought, okay, so that's an Imperial mandate, I think. Anyway, so that's a massive win again by KBG, although they did surrender the Rift Herald. The team fight skirmish still went to the favor of KBG, and let's look into that replay once again. Doki being the one to deliver the Shen just right in time of the Smite fight was absolutely good for JDG, but KBG's damage that we did question during the draft, in where we did say their damage isn't going to be felt early. Just as long as they have the Gragas and the Garen, it feels like that they are on a different level compared to the other teams.
And they're maximizing the damage output as well. Yuyu with Imperial Magic does so much work to be procced here for the rest of the members of Keep Best Gaming. And that team fight alone, since One's already used to Stand United, they couldn't use it anymore for like the purpose of it. Now, Doki is gonna be in trouble.
Special.
You have no chance to escape. Juju gonna be the next target. Stand Knight gonna be used there for the disengage, I believe, but Juju's still gonna be falling down. One's gonna be backing away. Can
Xiaoma with a
Fei
snipe.
actually escape? No, at all. KBG just like a glue here, sticking everybody towards their faces. 3 kills again.
Now this 2v1, KG might even survive this, or maybe not.
Yeah, the rest of KBG are on their way. Looks like KG is gonna be giving his life. The rest of KBG pushing mid instead.
KBG is just making things easy, huh? Like, every single move by KBG has netted them a reward that has ballooned this game into their favor. Like, they're so crisp. They know that the tone has a very good 2-item power spike, and they would not hesitate to go for an engage. And we also have to remember that Yu is one of those players that would maximize this Gragas. Every single time that we see a Gragas on a Chinese player, man oh man, all those explosive cask plays, maybe that's like the 100th play in where we see a very good explosive cask to really divide a team fight. And whenever KBG gets their hands on this Gragas, it's just game over. It's just so easy. It's a pleasure to watch a game being played this way, right? None of those overextensions, none of those unnecessary plays, and KBG will just dismantle you from the get-go.
And everybody hurts, even Yu, just because of that Rod of Ages and the Imperial Mandate, at least 160.
Right.
AP is present, and now they are comfortably going into the front line. Doki immediately gonna be falling down, delaying the inevitable with the stasis, but again, another Yu special, putting him in our harm's way. Nothing that the Deathmark can do to KG. Another pick off by KBG.
Hey, Sunny though, trying to be the nuisance.
Transcendent Embrace just for the disengage. KBG still getting something here in this fight, in this game, slowly burning JDG's fight.
Okay.
In this
I have to ask
so
you
difficult.
something, but this is going to be a 2v1. Sani and Juan's trying to team up against KG, and KG is going to die. But there is this question that I have for you, Giang. I know that you have taken notes as to how JDG was able to win multiple games for themselves, and it was on the backs of Juju. But with this Karma pick, is this something that you really want Juju to play?
Well, he did get an MVP during their match against Race Esports with it. He was very good, but he's better with Varus.
Okay.
So KBG having to identify that fact, also respecting it, puts Juju not really in the best position to take control of this game. It's just so difficult now.
And not once did we see. I think there were like 2 times in where Stand United was used effectively. One to deliver the Rift Herald on the bot lane, and second one was to steal away the Rift Herald. But outside of that, this Shen pick is mid, as I want to say. It's not as impactful as we expected a Shen pick to be. It's still early though. It's 15 minutes into the game, so there is still a chance for JDG to find a winning formula against KBG.
Yeah, this time around, Sun United is going to be used offensively and to help out Fei by survive and do get the kill onto KG. That is a good execution coming in from JDG this time around. Flash is going to be used by Sunny, but not really hitting onto Andra. Now Yu going with a slow. Daton as well has a really good access towards the back line. Shama just free hitting there. Transcendent Embrace onto 3 is good for the disengage. JDG gets away with 1.
I felt so scared for JDG because I thought that Daton would be able to at least target one primary member, specifically Juju, because Karma is going to feel vulnerable, especially with all those shields, gone with the Serpent's Fang by Shama. But the fight continues here.
Yeah, Yu might actually be in trouble here. Tries to flash away. Backline though.
Oh,
that's very bad. Xiaoma infiltrated already, but now Daton is trying to pick up the slack here for KBG. But still, JDG doing a lot of work. Now though, one has to fall back. Doki as well, because Yu is just going to be obliterating them. Gets a kill onto the Nautilus. And Keep Gaming getting this game again controlled. It's just blowing my mind right now. Even Daton stays alive. Yu drawing them away from the objective. Xiaoma as well comfortable, helping out Yu, and suddenly That is 3 dragon stacks for KBG.
The Tone really has a way to make a champion feel like it's an S tier champion, right? And you look at this Xin Zhao, they're going to get another pick against one jungler down for the side of JDG, which means that KBG could elect to go for the Baron. They have the tools, they have the damage, they have the tankiness. We look into the replay, and again, this is Unrun9 being the first person to go down. And oftentimes we would say that, hey, you know what, the star player is down, JDG is going to feel comfortable to go for the kill. However, the Tone is there to maximize the kit of this Xin Zhao. He was just in front of everybody. There is a play happening on the bottom right side though.
Yeah, teleport incoming here for JDG. Would it be good? Doki gonna be going in, as well as Sani. He's still staying alive for so long, and they get punished heavily. And one of the reasons why they lost bottom lane in the bottom lane river fight is that they didn't get the dragon laners exchange. Juju fell down, but Shama managed to stay alive against Feiba. And now, fast tracking into bashing this top inhibitor tower.
KBG with the 3 dragons plus 1 Baron. How do you stop this if you're JDG? 3 members against 5.
Yeah, last resort here. Last push by JDG. Can they successfully defend the base? Feiba just gonna get obliterated. Last embrace connecting onto Juju. Another special for Yu. And KBG getting game number 1 as clean as it gets.
So good. KBG? Yeah.
So good.
So good. Okay. Alright, well, they're still at the tip top of the game. Like, if you are a mid laner and you want to really study the game as to how to min-max everything, you go and study Unrun9. If you are a jungler that knows how, or that wants to learn how to utilize all these champions and make them, you know, like an S tier champion, you go for the Tone. you try to search for the Tone. If you are a Baron laner and you want to learn the ins and outs of the Baron lane, you look for KG. Like, every single one of those members are like the role model of each and specific role. Not to mention, Shama is also a very solid foundation, plus the UU special. I mean, what else are you to ask for if you are KBG?
Yeah, I mean, you're just looking to dominate all of the games. Everything has been just so clean. It's as if JDG wasn't threatening them the whole time. I mean, they gave a couple of kills. They were engaged on by JDG. Anran died a couple of times, but normally when he dies, it should be a nightmare for KBG. But we just saw KBG saying, okay, he died. Others will pop off anyway. And they did.
I kind of want to call out Dash, saying that the Tone is not one of the best junglers in the game. If anything, like, this game just displayed how ahead he is. The jungle race right now.
Same champion too, right? The Xin Zhao. Again, just demonstrated so well by this player. 5-0, and that backline access in that last fight as well.
Most gold, most damage. Being able to read and play this champion to its maximum potential. There's a reason why Camp Com 4.1b, when the patch was rolled out, I was already feeling good about the Xin Zhao, because prior to that patch, the Xin Zhao pick was already relevant. You give him some more buffs, and things could happen. And I think, you know, teams have to start looking into this pick even more now than ever, because this is definitely a pick that you can use to really maximize your advantage from mid game. It's one of those champions that won't need a lot of items to be effective, that's for sure. But if you give him all the items, all the resources that he needs, he will be able to outdo most of the junglers that we have in the game, and would have what we call the inescapable skill set. One of the things why I think Xin Zhao is so effective when it comes to chases is because of the audacious charge, and, you know, wind becomes lightning and all those chases, right? There is really no way for you to get away from a Xin Zhao that's trying to chase you.
And the disengage tool as well by the Vanguards is just so good. That's why I love the combination of the Xin Zhao, Varus, and the Gragas. And they have 2 of 3 on that. The Xin Zhao and the Gragas. That's why team fighting is so difficult for JDG to execute against Keep Best Gaming. And also interesting to take note that prior to this series, 2 games we saw the Senna lose, but suddenly KBG Gaming's like, okay, let's try this champion out, and even pull through.
I'm not going to think too much of Senna losing, because Senna is definitely one of the champions that I think is relatively busted when played correctly, and we saw that from the get-go, right? Xiaoma did not even bat an eye when someone tried to engage on him on the top side. Remember pre 5 minutes, whenever Senna gets hooked, oftentimes he would say, oh no, the Senna got hooked. That would be a kill potential already for the other team. Not for KBG though. They standed their ground and they were so solid.
Yeah, Chao was just so good with this, and I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing more on the side of KBG Gaming. Let's see if JDG can still resist the forces here of KBG Gaming. They will be back on the drawing board. It's going to be hard in the series, but let's see them trying. We are going to be going into a very short break, but when we come back, I mean, it's time to see JDG try to resist the forces, try to take on KBG Gaming, and try to push this to game number 3. See you in a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but
welcome back to the series of JDG and KBG Gaming. Game number 1 is as clean as it gets here for KBG Gaming, but let's see if JDG can mess it up for KBG Gaming. Game number 2 coming our way. JDG remaining on blue side though, so it's going to be, again, same situation, but hopefully a different approach this time around, because JDG, they tried out the shield composition with the Karma, with the Shen, but we didn't really see that much, you know, punch towards KBG Gaming.
I hope JDG bans away the Shen this time. Like, just go for something that they're more comfortable in playing. And that means that Juju has to be the one dishing out the damage. Alright, assignment number 1 is now complete for JDG. Take away the Shen. Take away something that you know that KBG would be happy picking against you. What will be the first pick here for JDG? I'm okay with them playing the Senna, but I'm also okay with them playing the Ziggs.
Yeah, Aatrox's gonna be available as well, as KBG Gaming really doesn't want Juju to get his hands on the Varus. And the Gragas is at least going to be a good takeaway for JDG. Get it away from you. He's just so good with it. Always serving a Yu special onto them and isolating the crucial members of JDG. Now that leaves Senna open for KBG Gaming. Still, they want to get that alongside with a Nautilus probably, or a Galio.
Lots of champions available for KBG. They will be the one snag away the Ziggs. Which means that JDG has the option to go for the Senna. KBG was the one piloting the Senna, but KBG is saying that, hey, you know what? We're comfortable. If you pick the Senna, we're just going to make Senna explode with all the burst potential that we do have. Okay, KB, I just don't understand KBG. Like, why do you prioritize Wukong? Right? Like, how?
You just love it.
And KBG would make it work. Like, this is a team in where all the drafting expectations that we may have, all the drafting notes that we may have for them or with them, is going to just be thrown away just because, you know what, that's KBG for you.
Yeah, and even if we now see the Aatrox for once, the Akali for Sunny, I'm still gonna be a little bit nervous here for JDG. Because it's KBG, man.
Wait.
They find a way. They always find a way.
So Sunny will be the one to play the Akali. I think that's a broad move. Or that's a...
Yeah, he used it a lot of times already.
Okay.
Even got an MVP against FENNEL.
Okay. So that's interesting, to say the least. Because if they go that route, we know that KBG is often is content to play a tank in the Baron lane, as we have seen almost every single time. And as an Akali in the Baron lane, like if there's a Renekton that is going to be picked against the Akali, if there's going to be a Garen that is going to be picked against the Akali, you would be content if you're KBG. KBG is going to draft the Braum. No. Okay, goes for the Galio instead.
They're thinking about the concussive blows here. They have the Jin Zhao and the Wukong. But I think the Galio, the global presence, is much better since they have the Mega Inferno Bomb as well.
Where?
Wow. Okay. Very ambitious. Ash gonna be picked up here for Juju. Maybe this is the necessary change that we have been looking forward to seeing onto them. The first Ash by Juju.
Sideline focus is the name of the game. Plus the ability to engage, of course. Whenever an Ashe gets drafted, you basically want to win the side lane because all those enchanted crystal arrows that can be thrown away would be able to help out this Jax, this Akali, win the 1v1s, and that's been the name of the game, right? KBG. What would be their... Are they really going to put Unron on the Garen?
Really?
Like, no way, right? Huh?
No way! No way! I mean, this is going to be a first, right? And again, he is just a person that really likes having more collections.
you have the stance, so if this is going to be okay, I'm excited to see if there will be anything different with Unrun 9's Garen. Because
it's like 10th champion now.
Right. He's that one player that can play almost anything, and some of it I kind of want to ask the coach of the coaching staff of KBG if it's their or if it was his decision to go and draft a Garen for Unrun, go draft a Zeri for Unrun, because maybe it's Unrun 9's choice, and if he wants to play the champion, you know, the supporting staff or the coaching staff would be happy to give the go signal.
I'm not even gonna be surprised if someday in this tournament he pulls off a Vayne mid. And makes
maybe in the next patch.
Yeah.
Because why not?
Oh my.
Plus 25 range. Yeah. Sure.
The items as well gonna be good. And a couple
Wait,
of other
is it
changes.
really a good item to? I mean, I don't think that the items in the current meta is that bad for a Vayne. Like, I don't think you would build a shield bow on the Vayne because oftentimes you want her to have the on-hit functionality, right? You go for the Ruin King, and I don't think we'll ever have Ginsu's Rage Blade in the game just because it makes, you know, it makes things a lot harder to balance, especially the Kai'Sa. Hey, have you heard about the rumored change on the Kai'Sa?
Yeah, actually, it is kind of interesting. There has been a debate on like picking double BF swords and then the item instead.
It's a buff for sure.
Yeah, I actually prefer the change that is going to happen.
You know why?
now.
You know why it's a big buff? Because in the current state of the game of Wild Rift, there's been no way, or your build path will only allow you to unlock 2 upgraded skills, and that is going to be S1 and S3. But because of them unlocking, you know, S2 to be upgraded or to be evolved as well.
Can be upgraded.
Yeah, exactly. The Void Seeker being allowed to be upgraded after you completing the 3rd item, that definitely is going to be a late game buff to the Kai'Sa. So, dude, I'm just feeling so excited. Maybe we will be seeing a lot more AP Kai'Sa this time around because I don't know. It feels to me, you know, it's an upgrade for both champions. So for both variants, they can go for AD AP and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because all the items will be upgraded anyway. That makes it more simple to use
Exactly.
the Kai'Sa in general. I'm gonna be looking forward to it. Daton still gonna be getting
level
actually going
5
in here onto Sunny and Zoki. Very, very aggressive, but a little bit late there onto you, but still gonna be flashing in. Shield of Tron onto 2, and immediate follow-up by KG as well. Getting the first blood, standard KBG.
How do you win against this team? One overstep, immediate punish from not just one member, but all 3 members on the top side. And you look at the state of the map at that point, like, they did not have the priority. The wave was pushing towards their side, but their response to the Tone's call, hey, this is killable, this is winnable, immediately all members of KBG just was an absolute unit and is a well-oiled machine. I mean, like, how do you win against that?
It's so difficult. It's as if the Ton's call was like, hey, let's kill.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, okay, let's go.
This Xin Zhao again getting the who got the first blood, by the way. It doesn't matter. Whoever got the first blood. Yeah, whoever got the first blood, it still is a reward overall to the side of KBG, especially the Tone, because just the fact that he was able to get the first kill for his squad means that this could be a repeat performance of what happened during game number 1, in where the Tone was heralded as the MVP. And this is with the handicap of the Ashe being able to pinpoint his positioning. It doesn't matter. And run 9, even if he absorbs like 50 arrows with enough tenacity and enough tankiness, that's one way to counter an Ashe pick.
Yeah. And right now, once with the Aatrox, 3-0 with his performance is going to be going
Hero's
into an
entrance?
engage onto the Tahan. Payby going to be in
what?
trouble though. As okay, that
Ignited.
Ignite is going to be fishing him up at the very least. Andam though going too deep, investing the flash as well, will give his life. 2-1. JDG finally getting something positive.
Did you see that interaction? By the way, there's a solo kill in the bot lane, which huh? How did it happen? Shaman thinks. Anyway, so did you see that interaction? On run 9 went for the ultimate, went for the Machine Justice, and it was immediately caught out. I think it's because of the vision being lost in the process. JDG though,
Gas gonna be used. KG serving into the front line, but the arrow will provide some good safety here for JDG. Now bashing into the front.
Okay.
That's gonna be the second kill.
Wait.
And JDG actually getting twice in a row now. Something good for them.
Yeah, and that's once really eating a lot of advantages. This is the 8 rocks that we did say had 100% win rate. Oh, flash into the exhaust plus the auto attack satchel just to provide the beauty or the creative finish in that 1v1 solo kill in the bot lane. But we look into the state of the game, and I think it is the time that we have to take one seriously.
Yeah, Wands is starting to be on fire right now. Where it's going to be used. Juju as well going to be throwing out the Ash arrows. But Keep Escaping actually has a really good position right now. Santa going to be back his way. Wands taking a bit of healing there. As Feibai pops in. Shuriken Strike going to be used. Santa goes back into the front as well. Counter Strike in towards the Wukong. And they will be getting 2 once more. Only exchanging Doki.
Danny 100% win rate on the Jax, by the way. Remember that stat? Yeah. He's one of those too. He's one of the players that you gift him the Jax, he will be okay in piloting the Jax, regardless of its win rate. It being at the 30% mark, it doesn't matter. Once as well. Once is now starting to become a monster. The all-in by KBG is now starting to feel the pressure from JDG's champion squad, and it does feel to me that this game is starting to, favor JDG because of Once and Sunny.
Yeah, and this composition scales pretty well into the late game. Jax, the Aatrox, and even the Akali will deal a lot of damage into the late game. Now, Dawn going to be serving into the front line. That's the Crescent Guard as well initiated. But still, one is going to get obliterated by Xiaoma and Daton as well. But can they actually get even more? Because now, Sandy's chasing them down. Xiaoma going to be using
one more bomb.
Satchel Charge with a counter strike. Negated all that execute damage from Xiaoma. 3 for 1 and the RH completed by JDG. It's a nightmare. Are we seeing KBG now?
Sanny's Jax, man. Sanny's Jax is different. We have been so vocal with our questions whenever Jax gets drafted, but not with JDG though. JDG gets another massive win top side. Getting the tower mid lane as well. It is the cherry on top, and KBG definitely feeling the pressure. We'll look into the replay, see what happened. One thing I noticed here was Juju's arrow. It was luckily hitting Xiaoma, not Yu, because if it hit Yu, then the hero's entrance would easily get cancelled. They went on and bursted down once, but the next boss is here. You look at how he was able to dish out damage. I thought Xiaoma's damage would be enough. Hold that thought on the top side. KG's going to die.
Another kill. Once is starting to be a monster. Oh no! Undefeated champion Sunny and Aatrox and Jax and Aatrox respectively is starting to be a problem here for KBG.
It is indeed a nightmare now for KBG. Like, how do you solve this? This Jax is now unlocked. Oftentimes we see a Jax, the Jax will be drafted as a defensive option, but we have seen this Jax from Sunny.
Yeah, Feibai gonna be engaging here onto the Daton. Crescent Guard doing a lot here. Even the hero's entrance invested. And JDG says, okay, we'll fall back this time.
How do you come back from this if you are KBG? You cannot rely on the magic that Unreal 9 would be able to do on the other champions. This is the Garen that is limited when it comes to outplay potential. So if you're KBG
as well has been shut down.
KG Daton that did have a very good start now suffered 4 deaths, which also is very uncharacteristic of his Xin Zhao. This is very much different from what we have seen from game number 1. And as a Xin Zhao, it's also one of those champions that when he goes behind, he's just basically going to be a meat shield for for your squad. So definitely KBG is feeling the pressure right now, especially with the 4K advantage that JDG currently possesses.
And JDG on Andron is just gonna be treating him like something that they can just lifesteal from. Especially for Once. A while ago was able to sustain himself for so long into the fight just because of dealing a lot of damage there onto Andron and Daton and Yu and threatening the backline after that, and KBG has to really step up. Fortunately, they have the Ziggs for the wave clear, but bottom lane might actually be in trouble. Fortunately, the Mega Inferno bomb was thrown away, and they saved the tower as well.
This could be JDG's day.
Yeah.
I tell you, like, this is a draft that they are comfortable in playing, and you know what I mean when I say JDG day, right? Like, we look into the ongoing tournament for League of Legends PC. I think JDG is also scheduled to play today against T1. So this could be a foreshadowing of what is to happen.
Looks like it is gonna be their day today. So let's see as well on the other game that they have, how they are going to be performing, because right now they are on fire. They are doing so much work in this Sunny 3-1-3, one's 4-1-5, and oh man, it's just so difficult to take down these two. And then there's Feibai, scaling up into this game. Now they're
they still have the burst, like an all-in, especially coming from Xiaomi on run 9, but Dragon. Oh, Shama got hit.
Oh, Shama. Isolated play. Cast gonna be used, and now Sandy dealing a lot of damage there onto KG. That's a lot of crowd control thrown out by JDG. Now committing onto the Dragon. Mega Inferno bomb gonna be thrown out. Good steal here by the Thon. Hero's Enter's gonna be invested. Should they back away? The answer is yes, but looks like they are gonna be committing here. KBG almost getting the shield of the Thon there onto Juju, but still, they are gonna be happy with the objective.
Yeah. Good secure coming from KBG, and plus exiting that one with a kill as well. You should feel happy if you were KBG. KBG though was thwarted off. Oh no. Yeah, this is just Sammy things, right? Like no.
Great. Sandy survives. Now the Thon gonna be getting the double objective here, at least for KBG, but can they actually escape? Because now one is wrecking havoc and then becomes a victim. They are gonna be getting Yu a reset here for the World Ender. Ooh, flash away. Didn't get a slow, but
poor Shama.
Oh no.
Poor Shama. Shama is going to die here for sure. Like, there's just no way that he can escape the rampage of the Aatrox. This is definitely a JDG game now, huh? I cannot find the angle of KBG winning. Yeah, they can burst one opponent with the help of the all-in. Yeah. It's in another.
So obnoxious.
That's almost able to secure it though. Will he survive? No, that final hit from the Darkened Blade off once. You cannot gift this lineup to JDG. Like, they're just so practiced with it. We look into the 1v1 again, see how it all happened. KG full health, Sunny half health, and it just don't make sense. Like, Sunny just waited for his cooldowns, and once his cooldowns are up and running, Sunny's Jax. Oh, that's why I thought he was a goner. The barrier prevented that last hit from the tower to execute him. This is a sizable lead, and with all the champions I think is in play right now for JDG, I don't see KBG coming back from this.
Yeah, it would take a big mistake from JDG, and that means once overextending, them making a bad cast, and then once dying immediately after a fight, and then they somehow overcommit. It's that bad that KBG will be able to take this game around, but it's at this point in time it's almost impossible or improbable for that to actually happen, because one Sunny, Feibai, everyone on the side of JDG has been so clean.
Ahead. Like a 3k gap in the jungle. That's the story, right? Once against the Tone has been so favored to the Tone during game number 1, but in this game number 2, a flip of script happened with Once's Aatrox being at the forefront of everything that JDG wants to accomplish.
Oh no! That's the second time that Thon is gonna be getting caught with Enchanted Arrow, and he's gonna be immediately blown away. KG gonna be the next target. This is the Cyclone to disengage, but JDG, they already got what they want.
What do you do if you're KBG? Slowly but surely, your base is getting shattered. Sunny even got the inhibitor tower here in the bot lane. Shama is going to die as well.
Way. Big pick onto the Ziggs now. KBG just trying to survive, trying to get a little life out of him. But once just drains everything. Now with 4 kills, they can just open the pace up.
Okay, Doki
Oh,
is going to survive. He's still going to be okie dokie. And JDG will be able to get this tower in the mid lane. That's my last bit, don't worry. What?
It's not okay for KBG.
Yeah, it is.
Only Doki.
It is. KBG is going to suffer what has been their 3rd game defeat in the entirety of the tournament. It's still not over. This is a best of 3. And game number 1 was won convincingly by KBG. So there is still an opportunity for them to, of course, make sure that their win streak will be intact. What is their current win streak right now, Giang? 10 series win streak, correct? Okay.
And this one is being threatened right now, at least because of this lineup. It's so difficult to come back from behind. And JDG does have better scaling on the side of KBG. They don't really have anything to scale up towards the late game. Andran as well with the Garen isn't really the best here for their side. It's so difficult to unlock side lane push because Sunny is just so good with the Jax too.
Already the unstoppable Jax that we know, right? Like, who's going to face him 1v1? No one. You look at KBG. 5 members are here.
4 members for JDG, but still holding the fort here into the bottom side river fight. And Stanley just wants to end the game. He is there onto the top side. While this is happening, who's there to stop him? No one. JDG will just take this game. He's gonna be circling around before he actually ends it. Thumbs up as they take it to game number 3.
I think they just wanted to stat pad and collect as much heads that they can to send a message heading into game number 3. They knew that they lost once and Sunny was able to get the early footing that they needed. I think, Giang, we are closely approaching a point in where we now know the true carries for JDG. It will be Once and Sunny, if Sunny will get his hands on the Jax, because man oh man, how they play game number 2 against the number 1 team in China right now in KBG is definitely a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, Sunny and Once had a really good performance, getting the early kills as well. Consecutive kills that enabled Once in that early game. And now with 100% win rate, his 4th consecutive win on the Aatrox. Wow. That damage is just obnoxious. Even higher than the Ziggs of Xiaoma.
Oh my
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of melee members, melee champions from KBG to absorb 1, 2, 3 Darkened Blades. That's what happens, man. There is still a reason why we have identified Aatrox as a win condition for Chinese teams, right? Remember our trifecta? Aatrox, Camille, and Zoe. Well, Zoe has been one of the champions that really get targeted down by the nerfs. So there's still the Camille and the Aatrox that is always going to be a problem for everyone to solve here in WRLA. But if you were to choose the MVP, would you give it to Once? Would you give it to Sunny?
Oh, that's hard. I think the game got rolling because of Once, but the game got ended, or at least they extended the lead because of Sunny's split push. And I'm gonna be giving it to Once. He's just very stable in here. He had a really amazing performance. All the team fights, he was able to stay alive as well. That enabled them to securing a lot of objectives. Enabled Sunny into just completing the game for them.
My MVP is the coach of JDG.
Oh.
Because he forced KBG to play Unrun 9 on the Karen, which is not going to be as flashy as the other champions. And the limit of that champion is so binary that I think that KBG really shot themselves in the foot by drafting Garen for their star mid laner. I'm not saying that Unrun 9 is not capable of playing the champion. Hell no. That's not going to be the case whenever I say, Unrun 9 on Garen is already a win condition. I'm saying that you're limiting the power and the ability of your star mid laner to perform in a game. And that, I think, is the reason why, for me, the coach is the MVP for JDG.
And maybe in the game number 3, KBG can just go back into their usual form, usual composition as well. Maybe put Andran in a different champion. Maybe I think the Zerius was even a better pickup for him. He wants to remain aggressive and always be flashy. And Garen isn't really the flashiest champion to be put here towards.
You know what? Nautilus mid lane I think would have been better than the Garen. Like, you know, you crowd control. You burst with an AP champion. No, it's it's other game. It's in our parent game. Nautilus in the mid lane, then Hyper carries in the bot lane. You know that's the meta. But here in Wild Rift, Garen in the mid lane, we often see it with teams that wants to stabilize the mid lane. But if you are in 1-9, do you really just want to stabilize or do you want to get ahead? Of course, if you're in 1-9, you always want to get ahead. Exactly, right? Like, so I know that, you know, the MVP will be rewarded to a player, and rightfully so. It could either be Once or Sunny, but I still have to give my kudos to the coach.
Definitely. This is a draft that fully utilized the strength of every individual player. And everyone popped off. One's gonna be the MVP, and we cannot discount Sunny as well. He was amazing in this particular game too, but Once had the jump start that JDG needed to take control of this game and deny any sort of comeback from KBG Gaming.
10 kills, 10 assists, 35% damage share with 87% kill participation. It's kind of a no-brainer, huh?
Undefeated still on the Aatrox. Sunny undefeated on the Jax. Let's see if they are still going to be getting both of these champions for game number 3, because KBG Gaming, they are still, you know, undefeated, 10 wins in the series. JDG posturing now on a reverse sweep. It happened a while ago during the match of FENNEL and OMG.
A day of upsets.
Let's see if JDG can do it. We are going to be going into a short break. We'll be back for this next and final game.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays.
Welcome back to the final game of this series between JDG and Keepes Gaming. We are still your Starcasters, Giyang and Autolus, and game number 2 was really bad here for Keepes Gaming. Fortunately, hopefully, they are going to be giving a better champion here for Anwar.
Okay, well, I think it's too much limit testing, and at the same time, it's JDG doing their homework and identifying that they will have the draft that they wanted. Come game number 3, this is KBG choosing the side, and they have elected to go for the blue, getting that first pick priority. So I think this is the time that they have sent them, or this is the time in where they are sending the message towards JDG. Hey, you know what? We want to win this. We want to escape this with a 2-1 victory and not allow our win streak to end.
And they have more ways to target ban the champions here of JDG as well, since Camille, Aatrox has to be respected here by JDG. Shen as well, so far, is going to be available. Looks like KBG is going to be banning in a way that paves the way for JDG to take away the Shen if ever they don't want it. But looks like the Fiora is going to be more respected here towards KG.
It is indeed one of the champions that I think KG is also so effective, but at the same time it is also going to be a threat for Unrun 9, right? Like Unrun 9's ability to play all those champions that can reach the back lane and win the improbable skirmishes is definitely one of his calling cards. Going for the UU special prioritization on the Gragas is definitely a good news if you're a KBG supporter. Meanwhile, JDG going back to the Shen draft.
Yeah, Shen gonna be picked up. We can safely anticipate that maybe they would want to pick up the Jax again here for Sunny, since he did have a really good performance with us game number 2. But whoa, Shama was like, okay, you try the Ashe, I'm back on it again.
I was expecting a Senna to be picked up, but Ashe works too, right? Like, you need one champion that would be able to deal or to bring the Serpent's Fang. Be it Senna or be it Ashe, it's the same concept, right? You need to be able to help your side lane, and JDG already has the advantage by going for the Shen, because now JDG is going for the Zed and the Kali, which you have called this draft to be also a JDG flex. Is it really going to be a Zed in the Baron lane or an Akali in the Baron lane? Because they can self-flex this, right? They can put the Zed towards the jungle.
Yeah, it is going to be a lot of burst damage as well coming from JDG. Good protection from the Shen if ever. And looks like this is going to be the Alistar instead. So what this provides is a second chance to at least extend the team fight, and also would have some sort of disengage capability.
I think KBG just outright won the draft. Just looking at how everything presented itself. Like, yeah, you have JDG having that Shen as the wild card, or being able to influence the side lanes, going with the Stand United play, threatening the Jax, threatening the Renekton. But if you're KBG, these are the champions that you would love to have when it comes to the side lanes, right? Like, you have a Jax that has the opportunity to counterplay, using the Counter-Strike, and plus, of course, the ultimate. Not to mention that you will always have that threat coming from the Ton. We have seen his Kha'Zix over, like, this is, I think, the 4th time or 5th time that we're going to see the Kazakhs of the town. And in all those Kazakhs games, how many did he lose? I think he haven't lost on the champion at all in this tournament.
Yeah, very, very low lose rate, I would say. Very, very stable here always for KBG Gaming. And JDG in this game around will have to extend his limits. Because they drafted an interesting, I would say, an interesting composition here. Akali, Shen, and AZ picked up. They have the Ziggs for the backline access. They have as well the Alistar for the engaging. But everything on KBG says go in.
You call this, right? Like, yeah, I thought you were memeing when I was saying too much ninjas on one team. And lo and behold, JDG really did draft a 3 ninja lineup, in where 2 of those ninjas are exactly of the assassin. Okay, well, I'm going to check your stats and see if this is the first time that they will be employing this double assassin plus a Shen in the jungle lineup, because I have to admit, this is not something that I expected from JDG.
Because, I mean, it's very difficult to make this work. It's so complicated as well. Top lane, it can be challenging for Sunny given the Renekton matchup. And given the Gragas Renekton combination, it can be quite difficult for Doki to save, or at least attempt to save Sunny into the top lane, because, you know, at most you're just going to be hiding inside your Shroud. You don't have a lot of crowd control and even damage to work around. So right now is early game chance for KBG Gaming to establish control immediately before even objectives spawn in.
And thank you for allowing me to check the stats. In fact, this is the second time that they will be using the Triple Ninja draft. The first time being April 28th when they faced against Trace Esports. It was Akali, Shen, Zed, and Varus and Nautilus in the bot line. So yeah, it was a win. So it wasn't indeed surprising. But we look into this amazing stat. I will end your win streak, said once, and 1,943 damage per minute on the Aatrox is responsible in at least stopping the win streak of KBG game-wise. But series-wise, it still is intact, and they still have the opportunity to win and extend their win streak into 11 game win streak.
Yeah, this is a good composition to have. Good early game, good pick-off chance, good team fighting, engaged, disengaged, and even late game scaling. So balanced here for KBG Gaming, and JDG has to be very careful not allowing the taunt to get the early kills, especially Andam with the Jax, because he tried this out into the mid lane already, got the win here for KBG, and just looking to just make it work here for KBG Gaming.
Best to level 5 is JDG Swans. He's now level 5. There could be a play that could happen here in the mid lane. Okay, we're looking into Unrein 9's ability to sense danger and was able to ward that push right away. So Yu and Unrein 9 would not be overconfident, because now they know that Shen is already level 5, and bad things could happen if they over-engage.
I remember the time. Oh, never mind. Hold that thought, because Feibai almost they interrupted me. Sorry, but okay. I remember the time where the Akali was like more meta into the Baron lane, especially in the
of course,
global, and just usually answered with a Garen into the top lane as well.
There is an Ashe arrow. Boom!
It hit.
Yeah, but the Twilight Shroud is enough to dissuade any dive attempts, unless...
Oh, they actually go in. Standard item gonna be used, but a tad too late, especially with the knockup. Will you survive? Is answered by a yes after successfully disengaging. KBG Gaming very clean.
Yeah, I don't think Sunny was the one. Sorry, I don't think it was the Stand United that was late to the party. I think it was the Alistar being just, you know, a second late. Because had it been that he was able to interrupt all the combos coming from KBG, it could have been a very different story. This is the arrow that connected cross map. And again, with this information that Sunny's Twilight Shroud is already gone, then there's no reason for them to hesitate, right? That's the thinking by KBG. No Twilight Shroud means a very vulnerable Akali.
Yeah. And had it been, Sunny surviving 1 second after, could have been a good response by JDG in countering them. 100% win rate by Xiaoma. Now showing the stats here. Keep Gaming wants to really, solidify their win. I mean, 10-game win streak, only losing to Nova Esports, it's hard to really find a weakness here for Keep Gaming.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, like, it's... You force KBG to... and Run 9 to go for Garen, I guess, is one way to control the momentum, the win streak of KBG. And KBG is now basically saying that, hey, you know what, we do not want our win streak to end tonight. And they are putting up the challenge towards JDG, where JDG is already feeling the pressure.
Oh yeah. This composition will threaten a lot of pick-offs all throughout the game. Whenever that Enchanted Crystal Arrow is ready and available, Juju almost is engaged there by the Dawn and Yu. Loki is there sitting on a ward. That's the thing that they are respecting for now.
We're going to look into the first objective fight here, Giyang, and Doki is already in the position to be that engager. However, it's oh my god, he's under vision.
Okay. Yeah. Unbreakable will gonna be used at the very least, but that's one arrow as well used by Keep Gaming. They are gonna be answering with the RH here onto the top side, so I think everything's good here.
That's now going to be the Mountain Dragon being secured by KBG, so none of those two specials. The Rift Herald is going to be summoned on the top lane, trying to help out Sunny's economy as well. He will be able to break down this first tower. Getting some gold injection towards him is definitely needed, especially after suffering that death topside. But we look into this game and see, is this KBG really being content with securing the dragon? I think so, because the scaling of their composition is respectable as well. You look into the Jax, always going to be the late game menace. If there's going to be an unlocked Renekton, yeah, he could be very scary come mid-game, come late-game as well. So, I understand the rationale of really prioritizing the dragon instead of going for the Herald.
They know that Arrow isn't coming, but Loki does have the Unbreakable Will. And to add in your statement a while ago, yeah, especially with the Mountain Dragon, as long as they get the objectives, also Ocean Dragon is going to be next. So that's going to help keep us gaming so much in resisting the burst of JDG. Yep. And JDG has to answer back by getting, or at least attempting to steal out the next dragon, because if they complete it, like some of the games we have seen in today's schedule, it's going to be very difficult to even access Xiaoma into the back lane.
KBG loves their dragons, right? Like, we remember during game number 1, 3 dragons to the side of KBG was the death sentence that was needed by by KBG to really cement the game 1 win. And now Doki was he was unseen in this bush. Yu just went by and doesn't know that Doki is here.
Oh, just be
they
saying
finally
hi.
know. Doki was there for like good 30 seconds though.
Yeah, and top lane, that's just a split second. Sunny will just immediately fall down despite the heroes or the stand united, and this tower is immediately gonna be falling down. Big win for KBG.
One enchanted crystal arrow means an easy assassination, means an easy pickup. If we look into that arrow again, coming from Xiaoma, his accuracy with his enchanted crystal arrow is so pure, right? And you look at the amount of shield that was given by the stand united, immediately erased by the Serpent's Fang, and that's the reason why, like, this pickup, this Kazakhs pickup against the Shen, it's a good matchup for the Kazakhs, just because the Kazakhs is known to really be a carrier of the Serpent's Fang. So yeah, that's one thing to consider as well whenever Shen gets drafted. Will it be a matchup against the Kazakhs? Because whenever it gets whenever a Kazakhs gets matched up into a Shen, oftentimes we see a first item priority on the Serpent's Fang.
So much armor penetration or armor reduction present here on Kipas Gaming as well. Triple black cleavers. Picked up Renekton, Kha'Zix, and even the Ashe here of Xiaoma is making JDG's composition a lot squishier. And Sunny in this Akali isn't really sitting the best form yet in this game. Still, Joe, the only positive thing we are seeing right now in the game of JDG is that they're not really trailing too far behind. 2,000 gold lead, but in the gold funneling, it's mostly, Sunny still having, not really the farthest gap onto his matchup.
He's definitely struggling, so to speak, right? Like, it's definitely a struggle right now for Sunny. And this is, like, a big contrast to what we've seen during game number 2, in where his Jax was close to unstoppable at one point. KBG, though, is just waiting for the next objective. It's going to be the second Rift Herald in the game.
Doki gonna be trying to interfere. Immediately popped in the dominance here for KG. Megan bomb gonna be thrown onto the back line, but still they are gonna be getting the RH. Santa going in with a perfect execution. The Thon is gonna be falling down. Even Xiaoma is gonna get taken out here. And JDG really loving the fight. They pulled in and they did not hesitate.
For sure. And now Doki going for an engage once again. Yu's going to die. That's 3 people down to the side of KBG. What a play by JDG right there. Pincer movement is one of the best in the game right now. And you would see that Juju throwing the Mega Inferno Bomb basically collapsed the formation of KBG. KBG with 3 people down with their tower being broken down to pieces as well was the necessary twist off, or was the necessary turnaround that JDG needed. We look at that team fight once again. Doki starting it off with a 2-man pulverized headbutt combo. Feibai was able to dodge the arrow and was able to reach the backline just because, well, guess what? He's an assassin, right? And that's where assassins really shine. Being able to reach the backline, being able to reach the damage dealers from the back end is the way to go if you are JDG.
They manage to now come back into this game, get the gold gap deleted. KG gonna be initiated as well. Immediate punish here by San into the backline. Immediate access as well towards Xiaoma. Stand United as well gonna be initiated there onto the backline. And this is so difficult now for Kipas Gaming. Andron gonna be threatened. Everything is on top of him. JDG take control of the game.
Now gets another dragon for themselves. Actually, this is going to be their first dragon, but you look at the damage chart, Sunny, every single one of them, like this double assassin composition is now a problem to be solved by KBG, because whenever they try to engage, Doki is the one in front of them trying to thwart them off, and you only have one explosive gas. If anything, you cannot really break the formation of a team that doesn't have any formation at all. Like, all these assassins, what they want to do is to come from different angles, and his explosive cast hasn't been felt twice in a row now. Let's look back and see and look into that replay. First off, it is Doki pushing KG over the wall. That means that their formation is already gone before it even started. Doki being the pressure point on and was able to get the attention of 2 members, allowed the assassins, allowed the ninjas to get into the backline. Xiaoma being dead means that, it's just easy picking for JDG. And again, we have been saying that this could be the day of the upsets. JDG is doing it.
They're doing it. They're making it work. 9 minutes or almost 10 minutes into the game, Kipas Gaming was ahead 2,500. And after 2 minutes, we see JDG being ahead, this time by almost the same amount. That's how big a lead they have gotten in this particular game. They came back from a huge margin of gold. And Sunny this time around is on fire. Even Feibai, 203. It's a disaster for Kipas Gaming.
If you're KBG, you want to slow things down, right? Because this is definitely the tempo that JDG loves to work with. Being able to come from different angles, Doki being the one to lead the fray. So KBG just needs to mentally reset and make or remember that they have to work with vision. Without prior vision heading into any team fight, it's a lot harder to answer all those assassins that can jump into your backline. And Yu's impact has again been mitigated by the stellar play of JDG. We've seen this once against Wake Up. Yu was easily out supported by the opposition. This time Doki is making his presence felt and is making Yu the Yu experience, or the Yu special that we used to clamor, be a little bit questionable in game number 3.
Oh yeah, the cask hasn't really been on point here on the side of KPS Gaming. We even saw more good initiations coming in from Doki, and he was hesitating or choosing between the Nautilus and the Alistar a while ago in the pick and ban phase, and now we're seeing him just like all worth it. Everything is worth it. He was able to block a lot of arrows, was able to engage so effectively for JDG, and now things are being slowed down, at least in KPS Gaming. It's like on basketball, you put a pause or put a timeout. Doki doesn't want that.
Oh, and run. Nah, he's going to be very tanky. Plus, he's just able to just leap away to safety. An investment of a Mega Inferno Bomb as well. But you already see an Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming from Xiaoma. Oh, easily dodged.
Hiding under the shroud as well. KG has to flash just because of that threat.
Good respect.
Stand United gonna be used as well here, and Sunny wants to recollect towards his allies.
Now KBG's starting again to crumble. Just the fact that this Shen can easily be utilized as easy as pressing a button. It's a lot easier to execute this compared to the Ashe draft, right? Because Ashe gets picked up to help the side lanes, but the amount of expertise that you need to be able to make sure that your arrows connect, and the amount of difficulty that it is needed for you to hit those arrows is comparably worse to a Shen that just needs to press a button. And I think that's one of the reasons why KBG is on the back foot right now, because it's a lot easier to execute the draft of JDG.
And with the Shen kit as well, they're just able to block a lot of auto attacks coming in from KBG. Especially from the Ashe, from the Jax, and even from the Renekton. So that's a lot of damage. Even the Ruthless Predator can be, denied in terms of the damage here towards JDG just because of the Shen pick. And Sunny is just becoming more comfortable going into the backside. Doki though might actually be in trouble. It's going to be proto-belting away, but now Unbreakable Will going to be used again for the bomb here onto the Dawn, but still able to dodge a couple of those damage. Now backline has been infiltrated. Stand United going to be used here as well. Good taunt here onto Andran and Yu. Cass going to be used for the isolation. One is tanking a lot of damage, but KBG will be successful in drawing them away.
Yeah, they were able to peel for Xiaoma, and that's what you need, right? You still have to protect your Dragon Laner. Again, slowing the tempo, making sure that there will only be one angle that all those assassins can come from, did allow Yu to be able to cast a very good explosive cast. That's not the case in the prior fights, right? Just because it's so scattered that his explosive casts is not going to be felt at all by JDG. At least this time around, KBG was able to weather the storm. The Infernal Dragon is still up for contestation though, Kyung. And again, this could be our make or break fight because this objective is so juicy. We all know that the third dragon is offering, the most stats in the game. And it being the Infernal Dragon just doubles the price.
Now JDG can have 2 dragon stacks here in this game if ever they do get this, and KBG doesn't want that. They want to maximize the stats that they have, maximize the survivability, especially the Mountain Dragon that they have already. But it's being threatened, especially because of Doki. This Alistar pick is working so well for JDG, even because most of the time we do see a pick off onto the support, but that transitions into an objective. But with this Alistar, it's just almost impossible to do that.
It also allows JDG to have one front line that could accept the arrows, because with just one Unbreakable Will, I mean, you look at this, right? It's nothing.
Yeah, standing item as well going to be used here. Andra might be in trouble. The taunt is not going to be connecting there onto the Jax, but now they might actually be in trouble. Sunny is a little bit far back, goes in with a perfect execution. That's the Dominus going to be used, but still not going to be effective in terms of sustaining him. And with a kill onto the Renekton, JDG can just posture towards his dragon.
Those are the angles that JDG wants to maximize. No vision from that choke point did allow Sunny to come from the shadows and be able to assassinate one member.
Arrow not going to be doing a whole lot here. That's a big engage again
And
here by
run.
Doki, but no more ult. He's just going to be pulverizing or at least headbutting them away. But a perfect execution into the shuriken toss there by Sunny. Gets him another. And now the Dawn going to be flashing out. Feibai though, flashing in is a little bit too ambitious.
Sunny.
Sando's in the vicinity.
Boom!
Make it for the bomb! Almost there. Ooh.
That's now the third dragon of the game going into JDG. It's so hard to win if you are KBG. It is still winnable though. I have to give it to them, give them that. But the amount of conditions in order for them to successfully win against the lineup of JDG is just so hard now. I mean, you look at what happened here. They know that all the investment was already put through to Doki, and with just one ultimate, he was able to survive the all-in coming from KBG. Add to the fact that angle coming from Sunny was from the shadows. You look at this replay once again. Oh, wait a minute. It's already the 20-minute mark, so... Wait! The dragon was not eaten, it despawned!
It despawned. JDG did not take it. Looks like the Elder Dragon is going to be the bigger objective right here and there. Top lane though, that is a huge wave. That is about 5 cannon minions going there. So they need to send out ones there. And actually Feibai is going to be there. No teleport now. Arrow not going to be connecting onto anyone, but still going to be the bottom slam here by Yu.
Yeah.
Will they continue is the question. Looks like the huge wave is really messing the formation of JDG.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the ways to win the Wild Rift game. Superior macro on late game can win you can get you the advantages when it comes to this Elder Dragon dances. Now you see the Renekton heading over to the top side. Just trying to push the wave just so JDG would second guess themselves. Meanwhile, KBG and company is still here to threaten this 50-50.
Doki not using the Unbreakable build just yet, but he does now with the double pulverize into the backside. Here you're taking a bit too much. Death Mark gonna be used. Really good output. Stasis gonna be baited away here as well towards the Gragas. Drawing away. Sunny onto the backside. Standing right there as well. Gonna be used here by once, but it took more damage as he can chew. Now Stasis gonna be used. Trying to flee. Renekton KG also gonna be backing away. And both teams shook hands. They want to disengage.
Good thing was that Sunny was still able to press that Stasis Engine because the amount of damage that the Renekton dealt to her was almost 100-0. I just think the Call the Meek was not available at that point to really secure that kill. But you could still see the damage potential of the Renekton, especially at this later stages, still has to be respected. One empowered ruthless predator could turn your head apart.
It's starting to be more scary now. It might actually mess with the confidence here of Sunny going in again a second time towards KG, because a while ago it's very comfortable, but as the damage increases here towards the Renekton, you need to pay more respect now towards the damage that he can just deal. Now they're back to the formation. Shen on the top side, Sunny into the mid lane, while the rest is starting the dragon. Can KBG contest?
Oh, Anran just wanting to check. Yu is here. This could be our game-breaking fight!
Oh! Immediate use on the miss there. Sunny still gonna be surviving. Yu actually onto the backside using the cast there, but still gonna be chased down there by the Akali. Making for the bomb, doing a lot here by the Ziggs as well. Feibai doing so much damage, able to kite away towards the members here of Keep Us Gaming. They now got in the kill.
Doki's arrived.
KG just trying to flee. 4 versus 3 now, or maybe 4 versus 4 still. KBG losing only 1, but JDG still able to get a couple of kills here.
It's a 1-for-1. And I kind of felt scared for KBG because they targeted down Doki. Even the Ruthless Predator was invested onto the beefy Alistar, and he did not die in the process. By the way, kind of want to point out as well that Xiaoma did change his enchant from the Stasis to Quicksilver just to make sure that there's going to be no arrows to be scared of. This is one of the flexibilities of all the champions that you can do in the game. You can change over from one enchant to another that suits the condition or the situation, and JDG is basically saying that, you know, one way to win if you are KBG is to get that arrow connecting onto the Ziggs.
They are going to be turning here on to the Jax this time around. Can Andron survive or buy enough time here for the rest of KBG to actually recollect themselves? Looks like he is. Stace is going to be used as well to buy some time.
Bot lane though.
Them down. But bottom lane, yeah, they're initiating. KG is actually in trouble as well. Cass not going to be that on point as the Taunt is looking to just get this kill. Looks like they are going to be getting the kill on Sunny. And no towers falling down just yet.
Are they threatening a Baron takedown? KBG and JDG, this is as close as it can get. 79k gold for both of them. An arrow connected onto Doki, but that's just information provided. KBG and JDG trading blows 24 minutes in.
Oh my god. And the gold remains even for like almost 10 minutes
the
now.
Entirety of the game. Like, this is crazy. Every single one of them should be full items by now, right? Like, you look at the item of Shama, this is no longer the Ashe that won't be able to dish out damage, having completed the LDR as well. So, being able to send the regards. Oh, the towers are already burning down. It's already too late. It's 25 minutes. We have to eat our dinner here, Giyang. So, you know, the game is now deciding to finish it off by itself.
And they want it to end. The longest game we have seen so far in this tournament is 31 minutes and 45 seconds. The game of NAS Esports and Cerberus Esports game 2. Where Cerberus Esports was able to win it and extend the series. So now, Keepers Gaming, especially with the update, it might be just faster. They are being pinned down. They are being forced to just fight till the nail.
Hours burning. Hours basically less than half health by now.
And United, gonna be used. You might actually be in trouble tanking and soaking the arrow up here from Shauma. Doki has to do the good angle. Andron as well. Sani gonna be connecting the shuriken. Will he actually go in? He does, but gets interrupted here by Yu with a body slam. Titan as well gonna be flying away. But that's already with the Renekton with KG on top side.
Again, superior macro can win you the game late game though. That's all being engaged by Doki.
Yeah, they turn once again, but topside KG pressuring in. They don't have the stand United, don't have any teleport enchant, and that can pave the way for KBG to start pressuring down the Elder.
Doki still has Warmugs though, finally an engage. Doki's dead.
Alistar is not tanky, and they're gonna be chasing him down. Gets a kill onto the Alistar now. Yu gonna be balling stamming away. Sani looks to hide under the shroud. Mega Inferno Bomb gonna be thrown up, but not really doing a lot of damage on KBG. They are pushing in. They are getting the kill. Juju is burning to death as Alana picks up the kill. Now onto the backside. That might be very difficult there. Sani falls back once as well, trying to flee, but Kimpes Gaming, best mid laner, will chase him down. Looks like it's not gonna be getting a kill, but they won the fight.
He did not have any mana, I think, to go for the leap strike. Feibai though, getting the stand United as his support, will be able to go and challenge this push by KG. KG has to be careful, but KBG, 4-man strong here in the mid lane, wants to finish the game.
JDG holding the fort once cannot do anything. The death timers are just too long. And Kimpes Gaming will reign supreme. 11 win streak now.
They refuse to let go of their win streak and now extends it to 11 series win streak. I have to give my hat or tip my hat towards JDG because they are really presented everything, every challenge that they can give towards KBG, but KBG again with superior macro, being able to understand what they are able to do. It's not just the macro, right? It's also the micro. Unrun 9 being masterful with any champion, with every champion in the game, was absorbing a lot of pressure and was really making sure that the eyes of all the assassins will be towards him, right? There's a lot of plays that we've seen in that game in where they tried to engage against Unrun 9, but Unrun 9 came out on top, was able to survive, and was able to will his team into a victory.
And the positioning of KG in that particular fight has pressured so much on JDG because they already have used the stand United. They already have used a lot of their ultimates or their key abilities to engage onto Kimpes Gaming. With them surviving, paved the way for KG to maintain the pressure into the top lane, force them back and just be a little reckless. And Keep Us Gaming, they know fully well the limits of the composition of JDG, and they immediately punished them, went with the isolated plays, and ended the game from there.
I still could not believe that game. That game is so intense. That game is so good. One for the ages for sure. Went the distance, 27 minutes and 26 seconds. It all, at one point I thought that JDG already had the KBG mystery solved. They were winning. They were their double assassins was really getting the angles that they need to assassinate the backline. Was able to mitigate the impact of UU, but KBG weathered the storm, slowed the game down to a point that they just remembered, hey, you know what, double assassins, you control them by making sure that they only come from one angle, and you do that by sticking as a team. You do that by forcing them to just one entry point. Plant your vision, you basically have done half the job.
I want to comment JDG as well in this game. I think this is the closest game that they had on KBG, and the only struggle they had was against Nova Esports in day number 1. But JDG, even if this is a loss, I mean, if you're team JDG, you'll take this because you managed to give them such a hard time in this series, and that proves a lot. The decision making of JDG has been on point for the majority of the game. It just boiled down towards the towers burning. KG had more of an advantage into the top lane because he had teleport as well, and it's so difficult for the comp to actually work when the Stand United was already exhausted, and that just was the difference that made the KBG win and JDG lose.
Truth be told, like, it's easier to execute a draft of JDG, right? Like, with just one press of the button, your side laners would feel the pressure. But we've identified this as we've identified the Jax as one of the champions that can really survive the 2v1s, and we've seen it at one point. In the top lane, there was a Stand United play in where he was able to stand against 2 people in the mid lane as well. Like, Unrun9 is playing the Jax so effectively, was getting as much attention that he needs to make sure that the game will be slowed down and will be dragged to a point that they will have the advantage come late game. And Unrun9, deservingly so. It may not show in the stats, 2-1 and 3 damage percentage of 29%, but to me, his impact in that game was just being able to be that nuisance, to be being able to attract as much attention that he can without dying, or with dying just once was already MVP worthy. And there you go, ladies and gents, Unrun9, MVP once again.
Yeah, and he was soaking a lot of attention all throughout the game, always getting or ganked and always being focused by the members of JDG. Looking at his items alone, right? A loss of sustain items was picked up just for him to survive, and now they're getting their 11th win. We can't help but really recognize the prowess here of Keep Us Gaming, really having the best form. We have one more series set in store for you guys. Invade Esports versus Nova Esports. Another really interesting game. We are your shoutcasters, Giang and Autolus, and we'll just go into a short break before that final series.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on the points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, but the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 Season number 1, day number 28, and we're down to the last series. ENV Esports versus Nova Esports. It is gonna be another chance for our APAC team to challenge our Chinese team. It's going to be a big and a high mountain to climb here for ENV Esports. Let's see.
It's a higher mountain though, because we're talking about Nova, the reigning defending Icons Global Champion, right? Like, I feel for Invade, but
yeah,
if anything, they could feel inspired, right? With the way FENNEL performed during the series number 1. We look into the line of Nova, no changes whatsoever. Yitze will still be manning the Baron lane, Long in the jungle, and of course Neon, Remake, and Yami to round up the starting 5. They are indeed a force to be reckoned with, and one of the reasons why I think this lineup has been so effective, aside from Long's being able to play whatever champion in jungle, is also Yitze. I mean, Yitze is just so good in neutralizing the Baron lane and also getting the advantage when needed.
Yeah, and now Cat type, a relatively new substitute that they are putting in the Baron lane right now, really needs to step up, because during the during their match against Weibo Gaming, at least they were able to get a couple of kills. But when team fights actually just happen, it's almost an impossible feat for Invade Esports. They just get wrecked, and well, it was Weibo Gaming that they were battling last Friday, but now it's Nova Esports, an equal or even more dangerous opponent that they are facing right now. And looking at the stat, it's really not good here for Invade Esports in every single way we look at it. Dragons, RH, first tower, even the game scoreline on blue and red side, everything is for Nova Esports.
Yeah, the purple guys would definitely be the favorite team into this matchup. Invade Esports, though, is going to play spoiler and would want to at least get one game against Nova, because that's already considered a win, especially with how close the APAC teams are right now. I mean, if we look at the stats, it's just so one-sided. So the realistic goal for Invade Esports is to take it one game at a time and hopefully get that upset in one of those two games.
But it happened a while ago. It happened to our VH team, and that was an interesting one. FENNEL going with a reverse sweep against OMG. Maybe Invade Esports can, surprise Nova Esports this time around. Because, well, if I look at Nova, the only thing I can think about right now is him pulling the Nasus. And the only question I have for him right now is, will he use the Fizz or the Ramos like Weiba and Indian?
Yeah, I just think, picking up the Ramos is already out of the picture or out of the question. It's not going to present the same level of excitement because that's been a pick that was utilized twice. And there were indeed 2 wins off of that champion. You know what? If anything, I want him to bring back the Echo. Has he played the Echo already?
He did already. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out to be a win.
Okay, well then
maybe a redemption.
Yeah. A second rodeo or a second attempt to win with the champion that I think is forever going to be paired up or stick with Long until his playing career is over. And again, Merly, we're looking into his stats. It's going to be a tough task when we all know that, right? How will Invade get that one up or get that upset win against Nova? It has to really start with Merly, right? I mean, if Merly is not going to be able to do or to damage or to control the damage that Long is able to inflict, especially if Long is allowed to play the Lee Sin, it's going to be a lot harder.
It's going to be tough.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家晚上好！欢迎大家回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是主持人维嘉。今天的最后一场比赛将由曼谷 INV 对阵 Nova。目前为止，两支战队的战绩上有很大的差距，但我想今天他们一定会全力以赴，不留遗憾，打好每一场比赛。那究竟哪支队伍会更胜一筹？让我们拭目以待。接下来，让我们欢迎 Bangkok INV Esports 以及 Nova Esports。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Alora. The last match of the day will be INV versus Nova. This game is undoubtedly a huge difference in record, but I believe that the two teams will also go all out, do not leave regrets, respect our game. So which team is better? Let's check it out. Now it's time to welcome Bangkok INV Esports and Nova Esports.
Today we will let you feel another level of competition. You guys will not be able to resist us. 你爱恩威没用，照样打得你找不着北。
I don't know what Yitsa said, but I'm guessing it is an answer to questioning that who is actually going to be resisting who.
Yeah. Hopefully soon we'll have the technology to really be able to auto-translate. You think it will happen in our lifetime? I think it will be, AI is already, how should I call this? At a level in where, impossible things from before, it is now possible, so I won't be surprised if we will have a functionality of an auto subtitle. Something that, whenever I speak, it will automatically get translated in like a split second. That will be fun.
下面有请打野选手。
We have seen a
In
lot
the
of
jungle, Nova, Long, INV, Merlin.
over time. It's almost everywhere now. Nova Esports. Oh man, this is a team that is so hard to beat.
Yeah.
And they keep on improving as well because they
下面有请中路选手。
experience a bit of a
In the mid
slump
lane, Noah,
coming
Liam,
towards the
INV,
mid part of this
Blackbacks.
tournament. Losing to Weibo Gaming, losing to EDG.
Yeah.
But they picked up the slack. Now they're on a win streak.
Okay, how many games are they I mean, what's
下面
the
有请
length of
射
their
手
win
登
streak
场。
now?
In the dueling,
What
Nova,
are we looking at?
Remake,
Okay.
INV,
Top lane.
Raven.
Yeah, okay. And they were respectable wins because a few of them are against Chinese teams as well, right? Like you
最后
have
有请辅
J
助
Team,
选手。And the
JDG,
support, Noah,
and
Yamin,
FPX.
INV, Rich.
3 teams that really suffered the Nova supremacy that we have been spoiled by a bit. Oh,
两支战队现已集合完毕，让我们即刻出现在召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start.
and you saw Yitze saying, "Huh? What are you doing, man?"
I was like, okay. I was like,
What?
I don't know what he did there. I want to know what kind of pose was that.
What do you mean? The inverted triangle?
The hand thing that he did.
Yeah, I think it's a hand seal from
Oh.
I don't know. I'm just trying to invent something. But the inverted triangle is common pose when you're trying to do something. By the way, this is the new player, quote unquote new player that's cat type. He would be the one playing in the Baron lane in place of the promising Asriel. The last time that he played, I was the one casting his debut. And he played the Garen to be on the weak side. Obviously, he gets demolished. And second game, same fate. He played the Riven, if I'm not mistaken, or the Fiora. One of the two. And he also suffered, a big bullying from his opponent. And that was against White. No. It wasn't against White Cow. Wait, let me check as to who they faced against.
Beijing Sika.
Yeah, but which is pretty much understandable, right? Like, Beijing Sika is one of the most talented Baron laners that we have in the tournament right now. So, yeah, not the debut that Cat Type wanted in this tournament. But definitely looking forward to a better performance overall. Today, he's going to be facing against Yitze, which is also someone that has won the honors of the best top laner of the week. So it's going to be a back-to-back problem for the Baron laner of Invade.
Back-to-back challenge here for Cat type. I mean, every Esports, they're trying to pick up the slack. They're trying to redeem themselves and reach towards the top 4. They're so far sitting at 5th place prior to towards this day, but it might be a different case right now as well, because against Nova Esports, it's so difficult to take them down. They have decimated a lot of APAC teams and even Chinese teams already with their 5-game win streak. They're slowly becoming unstoppable and slowly becoming more and more aggressive, especially when Yitze gets his Renekton. So I guess let's just chill down for a while as we go into our Fight for side, Bluffix and Remake. The first action actually gonna be picked up here in the first Pantheon.
This is Pantheon favorite for sure, right? Like, easy. Yeah, point and click stand. And you basically want your stacks to be up and running. Although Akshan is one of the champions that I'm so excited to see. Something that I really miss in the 5v5 because there was a time in where the Akshan was picked as a counter pick against the Zed. It was during the Hullbreaker days. But because of the nerf that happened to the Hullbreaker for ranged champions, his relevance in the competitive scene has just been mitigated, and he's one of the champions that got forgotten. Hopefully in 4.2 we'll see a lot of the Akshan because his kit is definitely an exciting kit to witness or to watch.
Yeah. Action has a lot of burst in his hit, honestly. Especially because of the ultimate now remake. And we'll just get decimated. Oh no! You went in! No!
Never
No,
mind
not like
the
that.
never mind the Pantheon favorite. Yeah, you would still. I mean, Action is still one of those 1v1 champions I really think is underrated and could win you a lot of games. Dirty Fighting gives you a huge amount of damage and shield as well, and that's what you need, right? A combination of being able to dish out damage plus damage mitigation is the reason why you pick this champion. Now, Remake, getting on this Pantheon, does have the same idea. He wants to be able to dish out damage while also being able to mitigate some damage with the Bulwark. Still, though, that's already an advantage to the Akshan player, and BluffX might be getting his team the side selection for Game 1.
This is actually just a champion I'm looking forward towards the next patch as well, especially when the Collector is, gonna be introduced into Wild Rift, because you can just, fully maximize getting the last hit, and your ultimate as well is just gonna have more kill pressure. And here we are gonna be seeing him, or at least this champion, once again be used. I can't remember the last time I did see this. I think it was... Oh! Okay, tower range.
Oh! Yeah, BluffX fighting more than he can chew. Being over his boundary for sure. Like, that's one way to win. I remember, one of the reasons why Chazz was able to turn things around during our series number 1, even after getting first blooded, was because the opponent was so confident that he went inside the tower range, and yeah, towers should still be respected, especially in this 1v1s.
Yeah, BluffX might have the range advantage. He's just gonna be using the shield.
Okay. Yeah, you just praise both.
Another tower range there. Auto attack.
Remake? Okay. Nah, for Remake, no mana for BluffX. There's no reason to stay here. One of the good things in this one area is the ultimate of flat armor penetration, which is useful, especially against healers. But BluffX is saying that I don't resist with one combo, and went for the plated steel caps right away.
Yeah,
that to me is a good buy.
Now you can easily kite the Pantheon. Also can close the distance if ever you are in kill situation. Didn't get that last under cannon. It's a little bit for me, but still it's a heavy margin of goal. Remake is forced a little bit back. Has the range. At least he is keeping his health bar really well. It's gonna be used specs and take a bit of take. Nice.
He's dodge. No, I don't think it was dodge. It was.
It went up.
Or the come up hit the tower. That it looked like it was dodge, but I don't think you can.
Yeah.
For dodge damage using the Grand Skyfall though, or Grand Starfall. I mean.
I don't know.
I forgot. Like the interaction is so rare, and we don't see Pantheon in the competitive. Or the Bulwark skill can really of that. Remake though is going to die in that selection towards INV. Impressive win nonetheless. Shan advantage in the 1v1 the squad of Nova. And you see Long is all slapping as well. Maybe he's tosses into Remake.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, it's late in the action, and I missed this. Remember the time where fight gets too messy, just because of the rest that it initially had for on team fights, and then we saw a lot of really creative compositions as well back in the day, and now. I guess the patch is opening up some doors or opportunity for our X-Men, and NVIDIA Esports also getting the side selection priority. Give standing, getting whichever side optimizing their win potential, because it's very complicated for them right now. All the stats for Dragon Tower has been, you know, more towards the Esports. Maybe they will start to at least get a champion, want to secure. Still, it's a complicated approach here against Nova Esports.
Let's try to predict as to how Nova would approach this game. We still don't have information as to what side selection we have for. Alright, I think we're back in action, and apologies to the hiccups that was felt just a while back. Now we have information that Nova will be on the meanwhile INV would choose to go red. And again, talking about the blue side priority, Nova has really
I'm back.
Been one of the teams that, you know, can go either way. Can go red, can go blue. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think we're back. Yeah, we're back. We apologize for the storm. It's really become big. We're being engaged in something.
Yeah, Jack.